Fine, fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not see you.
Oh, okay. Let me try and put it on and see if you will see me this time around. I see my light at the back is affecting the quality of my picture. Am I right? Can I switch it off?
Thank you. I'm not see you.
Okay, yeah, I'll address it now. Prof. John, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank
Are you also presenting?
Yes, I'll be presenting a bit later on after you guys are done.
Fantastic. Well done.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
I am advising to the people in social network. A moment I send the link in YouTube too. You can share. I send you the links in YouTube. You are just transmitting. Hi, Amelie. See, yes, okay. Okay, I will start.
Yeah. Hello, I just checked the link if it's working, so I'm just here.
Okay, a ver, show up to see. Oh,
Yeah.
good. You're always with the ocean.
Yeah, I'm just checking if the link is working. So, how are you?
Okay. Fine. Okay, yeah.
See you later.
Yeah, okay. See you in some minutes. Okay. Okay. Let's start with this. Hello, good morning, friends and colleagues of social work, distinguished managers, representatives, members of international social work organizations such as the International Federation of Social Work, Social Welfare Council, and the International Association of Schools of Social Work, distinguished authorities and university professors, esteemed participants of this second International Congress of Social Work, CAPA 2024, exploring the frontiers of social work, innovation and transformation from various approaches with emphasis on people-centered clinical social work. All of you receive the most cordial welcome to this historic event of social work because it is the first time that we have brought together 42 exponents of social work worldwide, with 11 English-speaking exponents online who interact with the public and can answer questions and answer in real time and being public and free. Historic because CAPA social work, led by a woman from a Latin American country such as Peru, managed to integrate 42 representatives from more than 27 countries from all regions of the world through an organization. CAPA social work was born to contribute to the fight against COVID, trying to prevent and reduce infections through social networks, conducting the first interviews with health persons and social workers, looking for strategies so that our colleagues knew and replicate the appropriate measures to mitigate this struggle. So we were born, and little by little we transformed ourselves into training social workers in topic of clinical social work, social reports, social worker intervention in health, expertise, social welfare, and human talent, among others. So that social workers have diversity and can have the skills and knowledge that society needs today. So that our training includes everyone and they are not left without studying. We have a student support program that allows national and international students to opt for half scholarships in the study programs, as well as the financial aid program where graduates can choose to pay per class and not the total to be able to study. We also have a YouTube channel where we continue to conduct various interviews with social workers around the world for free and allowing social workers from anywhere in the world to learn about the diverse experience that exists today. Today, complex problems mean that social workers have many challenges today: poverty, migration, human trafficking, constant violation of human rights, racism, social inequality, mental health problems, in short, a diversity of complexities that the social worker deals with this, coupled with the low valuation of our professional career. If we make a comparison with other professionals from other careers where there is a large gap regarding salaries, working conditions, imagine, for which we need tools to help us deal. How to propose creative solutions from our fields, and especially in clinical social work, which is our reason for being. And in my country, we do not have training studies in that aspect, unlike the United States, Puerto Rico, Spain, or Chile. And we need that this specialty is made visible and it is taken into account that this specialty is not divorced from other specialties, but is immersed in all of them, which is why our core is to disseminate and train on this topic and provide the necessary tools to colleagues in Peru and in Latin America. On this occasion, gathered here, each one will give a proposal according to their concept, and at the end of the Congress, the conclusions we reach will be drawn up. I'm convinced that today we begin a path in CAPA with this Congress, which will lead us to this involvement with innovation and the development of social work, which will allow the social workers who are watching us to improve and grow professionally. Thanking each one of you, your valuable contribution with concrete proposal from your country of origin, which without you, we would not make it a reality. And our success is that of all those who participate directly or indirectly. I want to thank God for the opportunity He gives me to have you all together on this day, my family, because they support me with their passion and waiting in the endless hours behind the computer during all the work that has been done. To you from Japan, mi hijo, from Scotland, Ruth, from Ghana, Christopher, from South Africa, John Mpulelo, from Thailand, Hat, from United States, Kathy, from Canada, Ansu, from Philippines, Amelie, from Kenya, Mayaka, and from South Korea, Su, who from the first moment he trusted on this event. Thanks all of you for agreeing to participate here, get involved both on social networks and above all trust. To the team of moderators who accompany me these days and who have supported the dissemination on social network from Spain, Gabriel and Álvaro Villanueva, from Chile, Lorena Carmona, from Argentina, Nahuel Sepúlveda, from Mexico, Elias James, and from Colombia to Sebastián Gómez for the moral support from Portugal, Sandra Castaneira. In my attention to my friend and colleague, Sue from South Korea, who always trusts us. Anyway, before getting more sentimental, I declare this second International Congress of Social Work, CAPA 2024 in Abril. Thank you so much. Okay, let's start. Mijo. Mijo. Okay, here we go. I introduce Mijo. Mijo, my hero, is an associate professor on social welfare in the Department of Human Science, Distant Learning Division, Machino University, and a research student working on her dissertation after completing her doctoral studies in social welfare in the Graduate School of Sociology, Ryukoku University. Her research interests include family, especially women, and child rearing, and the relationship between disability and happiness. Born and raised in a rural village in Japan, she studied social work at Southern Illinois University, Carbondale in the US, with a desire to support women questioning the male-dominated culture. She's the mother of 3 daughters and a dog, and also enjoys her activities as the president of Arya Shah, a gender incorporated association that aims to create a place for mother raising children with disabilities to relax in a forest rich in nature. Thank you so much, Mijo, for being here.
Hi.
Hi, Mijo.
May I speak? Hi. Hi, Kathleen.
Hi, thank you so much for
Nice
being
to see you.
here. Nice to see you too.
Thank you for having me here. It's my honor to be
It's my
a
honor,
speaker.
My pleasure, my pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Do you have
well,
a presentation to show?
okay, can I share my paper? Is it coming?
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, so yeah, we can see now.
Can you see it?
It works, yes.
Okay, I have like 45 minutes, right?
Yes.
Okay, I might make it longer, so I have to quick skip some slides. But okay. Does it working well? Can you see well?
Yes,
Can you
it's
see
okay.
everything?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, Pelunian Social Work Association, having me as a first speaker. It's my honor to be here to talk about my research about happiness in Japanese language and culture. And then I'm focusing on disability. Thank you. And this is just a little introduction about myself. This is my doggy and 3 girls. And as she mentioned, I'm a mom of these girls. And then my research is about women and child rearing. And then I'd like to focus on the disability because it's kind of like still stigmatized in Japan. So, okay, this is gonna be the image of Japan. I think most of you will think about Japan with like Mount Fuji and beautiful flower of cherry blossoms and then temples and shrines. And at the same time, we have a busiest street in Shibuya like this. And in both sides, we have both classic and traditional culture and then this high technological culture at the same time. And it's interesting in Japanese people not many people believe in specific religion. We mix up the Shinto, the original Japanese religion, and the Buddhism, which was imported from like India and China and other countries. And then Jukyo, it's going to be from Chinese or maybe Korean affection. But all Japanese people cannot tell the difference. I mean, we just combine all together and we admire each god or like a Buddha, whatever, to pay respect each god. That is our culture to believe in animism. We respect for all gods, every spirits, everything like mountain, sun, moon, river, water, tree, whatever, everything has a spirits. And then we pay a big respect of each of them, everything. That's our culture. So that's why we mix up all the different religions and they call the beliefs, and then we don't tell the which one is good, which one is better, but each god has the role in a specific way. Okay, that's our background. So what do you think is happiness in Japan? Why I decided to the research about this, because in 2016 there's a strange, very sad incidents. A large residential facility in Kanagawa Prefecture in Japan stopped more than 40 disabled people. And then he killed 19 of them because he believed in disabled people produce nothing but misery. Is it true? Is it true? Raising a child with disability does bring it misfortune and unhappiness? I don't think so. I don't think many people believe in that, but many mother at the same time, many people feel that way, but at the same time, many mothers feel happiness after having a disability, not a disability, differently able child. So my study is to investigate the factor of happiness by interviewing mothers who raise a child with disabilities, and then also who have a high subjective sense of happiness by Oxford Happiness Questionnaires. So I interviewed 3 mothers. My interview was done 2019 to 2020, almost 5 years ago. And then my ethical review was done by Ruth University. And then this research method is by the life story analysis. And then the study structured unique stories span out in the relationship between interviewee and interviewer from the perspective of the narrative approach of social work. And then these are questions I made to the mothers. 5 questions. What would you tell me your life history? I would like to hear your life story. And then what is the hardship and the difficulty? And then what is the happiness and the joy? And then what events that made you change your value And then what event and incidents changed your life? And these 5 questions. But here, before talk about the interview, I'd like to talk about the shiawase, the happiness in Japanese. Shiawase is a Japanese word meaning happiness, but which is originated in like a Nara period, long time ago, like a 710. Shi means to do, and awaseru means putting together. Originally means putting what I do and what others do together. So that means shiawase doesn't have any meaning about good or anything. Shiawase is having good connection with others. So this doesn't mean any positive meaning or negative meaning. Just put things together with my behavior and someone's behavior, or maybe some intention from the God or heaven, whatever who gave me, and I put together my behavior with that maybe destiny, whatever. But at a long time ago, a long time ago, this is old story, ancient time, in Edo period. Japanese people consider the word shiawase as a destiny. Things happen as it is, or like a bubble of one short moment, like money, wealth, love affair, that kind of thing is not need for everyday life. So it doesn't have to be a shiawase. It's like more like a shiawase we use in modern word is more like a happiness, but in this ancient era, the shiawase doesn't mean that kind of thing. So again, shiawase is now here in Japanese, in Japan, Japanese people use shiawase meaning happiness is like more good thing, positive occasion. But ancient time, that kind of meaning was used sakiwai. Sakiwai is a saku means blooming, like this cherry blossom blooming. Saku means more like people are having good wealth or being rich or healthy, that kind of meaning. The old people, ancient people felt flower blooming is the same as people having a good condition. So sakiwai means shiawase, I mean happiness at that moment, I mean in the ancient era. So word shiawase, happiness in Japanese, is examined from the Buddhism word engi. Oh, what's happening? Engi. Engi is originally compound en, refer to association or connection. Ki refers to the occurrence or movement. So engi is the concept that all things, phenomena are related to influence each other. So that is, that is the same meaning as shiawase of ancient time. Each event does not exist independently, but it's connected to other events, each other's. So in Buddhism, enki is important in all things are interdependent. I'm sorry, interdependent, not independent. So I am here not only because I am alone. I have connection with maybe somebody like Caroline invited me to the speech, or I'm a social worker because my family or whatever influence I am acting, my behavior is connecting to something I don't expect. You know what I mean? But 幸せ, the word happiness, the modern time, the word 幸せ has been changing many times. In Meiji period, we had a new government. Capital moved to Kyoto from Kyoto to Tokyo, and a Western culture was imported. So living style was changed dramatically. And then people start look for wealth and more materialized and then convenient way of living. So 幸せ was combined with the English word happiness in this time. So Western culture changed the word meaning of the word. Okay, now here I'd like to introduce a word fukuko, fukugo, or maybe takarago, fukusuke, fukumushi. That means every word means child of the blessing. In 18th and the 19th, that is a Meiji or Taisho and early Showa period. That is at the time of Japan had a war. Handicapped children were called fukuko, takarago, fukusuke, and fukumushi. And these word means these are happy thing, good meaning, and then valued as a being who brought good fortune and treasure to their family. Fuku means fortune and bliss and lucky. Takara means treasure, and ko is child. So in that time, well, not many people, but in the countryside, I think this idea was believed in the countryside. If the family had a disabled child, they believe in this child will bring the happiness to the family. So we have to take care of the kids really well. So that is because the kid, the disability kid will bring the divine message. Instead of being unable to do the same thing as ordinary people, disabled persons were considered as being who could understand the intention of God, Buddha, or maybe the heaven. And then the people accepted things that the human could not understand with a sense of, oh. In the Tohoku region, people believe that the takuraka or treasure field, that is a word, takara, like let's say treasure. And then for many says fool brings similar to kami, God would bring treasure to the region. That is the old belief. The economic richness of the country is not tied to the personal happiness in Japan. That is because, as I mentioned before, Japanese culture was westernized, and then Japan got into the war period for many years. And then we were really poor, but we worked so hard. Our ancestors worked really hard. Japanese GDP is now it's fourth in the world. That was 2023. So it seems to be rich, but not many people are really rich, as I tell the truth. And at the same time, World Happiness Ranking in 2024, Japan is the 51st of 106 countries. That is maybe almost half behind. So it does mean economic richness doesn't mean the happiness to the people. Okay, so we go back to the question, is disability is misery and happiness? Even if the people with disability are alive, they create unhappiness. That is the criminal. I mentioned before who stabbed 45 of severe physical intellectual disability at the living facility in the Kanagawa on July 26, 2016. So this incident made me think about to do this research. is it true? Is it really true that disability is a misery and happiness? But in that time, there's still stigma on disability, and now it is still, we do have a stigma. Disability people are feeling stigmas, and then prejudice and indifference toward the persons with indifferences and the intolerance toward the persons with disability in Japan. But the Japanese government are aiming an inclusion society, blah blah blah, as you know. Yeah, it is on the government mission, but it's not really really happening. Well, still, and I don't know. It depends on the place. Okay, here. This is. I'm sorry. It's back and forth. This is the story about happiness again. Uh, this is my hypothesis. I made it this figure, changing of meaning in Japanese language, shiawase, happiness, how they was changed. At the beginning, on the top of the yellow part, a chance, meeting from the universe. That is the shiawase, I mean, happiness. I use the shiawase word at the beginning, chance meeting from the universe. And then second, things that are gone in the moment. And then third, continuity of the life, including health, family, and longevity. That is considered as a happiness. And then Western culture came in, and in this time, houses, assets, and ownership can be a happiness, shiawase. But we experienced a big disaster, like a nuclear explosion, and a tsunami, and then we have earthquake. Now many people are thinking about the normal everyday life can be the happiness. We don't need any fancy assets and house and cars. So this means, in essence, happiness, shiawase means accepting things that are beyond one's control and valuing events, including oneself, that exist in here and now. It seems to be a passive attitude. However, it is a proactive and active attitude that tries to free itself from the framework of society and the assumption of others. So if we are tied, or maybe we have to obey to the society or somebody's control, I cannot be happy. I cannot be shiawase. So I can be accepting things, and then I decide to take control on something that is beyond my control. It can be something wrong. It can be something wrong, but yeah, it is true. This is my assumption so far. Okay, next. Oh. Okay, here I would like to introduce a story of Tamane, a girl on wheelchair, and her mother. I interviewed her mother. She is in this girl, this lady in Tamane. Tamane was born in June 1990, and a doctor told her mother, "Your daughter has a Down syndrome. We cannot examine her any further in the hospital, so she just vomited blood. So she had a defect in the duodenum and the heart." I'm sorry about my pronunciation. Right after birth, she had many surgery until turning 1. She could walk, even she had the Down syndrome, but just before the 3 years old, she got a cold, and then she lost the knob. I mean, I don't know if that was cold or anything. She was walking in the morning, and then after she woke up the nap, her bottom felt nothing. She was unable to walk just before the 3. So transnerve myelitis TM transnerves myelitis. I cannot pronounce that is her disease. That is a disease. This disease is caused by blocking nerve signals across the wires of the spinal cord to back and forth. Place spinal cord information. So now she lost her control on her feet. So she had to use the wheelchair. But her mom decided to create the best environment as possible for Tamane. So she chose to let her into the special class of local elementary school. The disability kids are supposed to be in special school, but she decided not to go. She chose to stay in a local school and a special class in a local school for disabled children. That was a lot of work for her mother. Mother have to be responsible to the child. Mother have to take Tamane to school every single day. And then every 4 hours, she went to school for her toilet help. And then mom have to go to school trips, taking with a 3-year-old younger sister. So for the elementary school, it was the first time to accept a wheelchair student with medical care. So the school didn't know what to do. Tamane's mother needs help. So she talked to the educational board, caseworker, child counselor, consultation center, and the school teachers. And then appealed to the Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare of Japan. And it took 4 years. And then she got a right to get a nurse, visiting nurse to school for taking care of Tamane. But this was the new system to the local school to have a nurse staying and then help the kids with medical care. At the time, Tamane was 5th grade. So she has 1 more year to go. Then the mother realized disabled kids cannot play with a friend in the community. She just go to school and home and back and forth. So mother decided to establish a after school program for children with physical handicapped, and then named Dandelion. So she tried to make Tamane play with the local friends. Now she's in the junior high schools with special needs. And then this is a high school kana. In Tamane, she had an internship at the bakery cafe. In Japan, most kids with disability have to get a work internship at the school because they are not expected to go to university or more like a higher education. They are expected to work in a welfare setting. That is the most situation. So Tamane did the internship at the bakery cafe. She loved it. but the reality is because she had to have a medical care, she cannot get a job at the cafe. Not any cafe with welfare setting. Welfare setting, even the welfare setting cafe didn't want to take Tamane because she had medical care. So Tamane's mom decided to establish a cafe. She made a NPO. She decided to be a chairperson of NPO, Nico's company, and then she opened a kitchen cafe, Nico's Kitchen, for Tamane. So now Tamane is the manager of the cafe, who is owned by her mom. She's working, but she's not really working, but she's kind of like a person uh who greet the customer, and then she might be serving sometime when I visited. When she feel good, she serves the dishes, but well, not all the time. But it's nice to have her in a cafe, so she greets us. So this is her mom, Tamane, and her mom and sister. She said, I did not mean to change society. I am only a mom who spoke up for my daughter. I wish companies and the people hear my voice and make changes by everyone supporting each other. So I just wanted my girls to be happy and smile. That's her mom's. This is one of my story from my interview. Here in Japan, this is the statistics. Number of disabled people in Japan is this much. physically handicapped, challenged persons for 4.33 million. Intellectually challenged persons 1,000, more than no one. I cannot count. 194, and the mentally handicapped person is 6,000. No, 600. 600. Wow, I cannot pronounce, but this can be almost 92% of total population, which means 1 out of 10 of whole population has any kind of disability, challenge or whatever, disabled or challenged or differently abled, whatever the word. So this is not a rare number, not a small number, I think. And then we have a very high-aged society. 1/3 of the population is over 65 years old. And then maybe 15% is 75 years old. And then I'm sorry, this is old numbers. And then statistics of employment in Japan for persons with disability is not really good. Even they don't have any like intellectual damage or intellectual problems. I mean challenge. People cannot. It's difficult to get a full-time job for disability people, and then majority are working in a welfare setting agencies like this. And then we have 3 different type of welfare service: employment transfer support, and then continuous employment support A type, which people, disabled people can be paid the minimum wage. And then others, continuous employment support B type is their salary, not salary, payment is very, very low, very, very low. the wage is depend on the person's ability, and it's just just like just a small amount. It's 15,000 per month. It's average, which is, I don't know, if we stayed a hotel one night, I can spend this money easily. So, and then other people daily life care. Daily life care is not a working condition. It's more like a daycare type of facility. And the majority of disabled persons are stay in the kind of like a daily life care daycare setting. But I did some interview to our persons with disabilities who are working in a welfare setting. I did this research like when this like 8 years ago, I guess, and this was interesting. This girl, she loves music. She enjoyed singing and dance. And she said, I feel happy when I meet my favorite staff and members at work. And she with big smile. What she does in the facility is cut the paper and prepare lapping. And she really proud of what she does. And then this boy, he answered, I feel happy when I got a bonus. And then he can buy something with the money he earned. He was really proud of earning monies. He's working support type B. And then, yeah, let's keep going. I don't have much time. He was fun. I feel happy when I'm working. He has a big smile, and he said I love working. I'm happy being the work. And he cannot move half of his body. It's paralyzed. But he is working on the craft department. Yeah, craft. He does the craft. And there's two persons. The guy answered, we feel, no, they answered all together. We feel happy when we came up good ideas for our products. Creation is happiness. So yeah, they are making a food, konyaku and the miso, like Japanese traditional food, and then they love the work. They just love the work, and then they were so proud of what they do. And this lady, she is a waitress at the cafe. And she says, I'm happy when customers say, thank you, it was delicious. And she was so proud of what she does. Yeah, you can tell easily when we feel happy. When do you feel happy? People feel happy when we are having a role and a connection to others and a connection to the society. And that create happiness. So which is bring us to the self efficiency. You can say that self efficiency. Economic efficiency may not be important value as it used to be. Minimum living support for making self decision is surely needed for everyone. It doesn't matter we have able or disabled, whatever. Money is the producer of life, not the purpose. We use money for make our life happy. The inclusive society with various different value makes happiness. Yeah. Respect to the human dignity. Everyone admits his or her role to help and to be helped each other would be the most important value for us to make whole world happy. So that is true because the disabled persons is not really happy when they are served or helped. They are happy they can work They can be somebody. They can be they can work for somebody. They can do something to do for somebody. You know what I mean? They can be useful person. And then they are really proud of what they does. Okay, having a disability is no longer a rare circumstances in Japan, even though there is still a bit of misunderstanding and then disagreement. People with unique talent and abilities are making difference in Japanese society. Okay, now here I would like to introduce you some examples of heroes of disability setting. 4 examples. Okay, here's one. Avatar Robot Cafe Down. And this is the robot. And then here's a guy with a wheelchair. This is an example. He can be a pilot of the robot of Ori at the cafe to serve people. You can go to the YouTube or homepage of the Ori robot cafe down. I think I can share, but I have to go quickly. So with using this Ori Hime robot, people can be a pilot. People can people with physical disability or maybe anxiety or mental disability or psychiatric disability, whatever, who is difficult to get out the house can work as a official worker at the cafe. So Robot Cafe Down is really popular in Tokyo now. And second, Helaluboni is a fashion leader, fashion company. They use the art done by the disabled, so-called disabled persons, like a Down syndrome, the intellectual disabled, whatever, and the craft and the art, and then they make it merchandise like these clothes, bags, scarf, and outfit, or maybe furnitures, curtains, whatever produce. And then it's a kind of art. The art itself can be sold also. So you can check the homepage and then you can buy the beautiful products done by the talented artist who is called disabled, maybe differently abled. And this is the Atelier Yamanami Atelier. As everyone working here are disabled, so-called disabled, but they make beautiful artworks, beautiful. And then many of them are sold in gallery in New York or Paris, and then maybe Europe, somewhere in Europe, Paris, Milano, I can remember, but it's really expensive. And yeah, so these artwork are done by so-called disabled persons. And she is a calligrapher, Shoko Kanazawa, with Down syndrome. She is a famous calligrapher. Her mother also was a calligrapher, and she taught her, Shoko, to work on the calligraphy because she was excluded from elementary school when she was like 10 or 9. So she was trained to be a calligrapher really hard by her mother, but she is one of the famous calligraphers in Japan. Okay, happiness is determined by what we receive in the given situation. So this is one of the form of happiness described by a mother I interviewed. So happiness can be found in any circumstance, depending on the subject and the individual. And because my university is a Buddhism university, I do my research from the Buddhism. Does not come by eliminating problems and difficulties. We must accept the difficulties and hardship as they are. Then we find happiness in them, in the difficulties. The greater the suffering, the greater the joy, the greater the happiness. I don't know, some people might be disagreeing, but this can be true. As long as I interview the mothers with disability kids, they are experiencing so hard things, but they are so happy because they experienced the hardship that made her happy. Many of them said so. Okay, thank you. I think I'm done. If you have any question, and please give me an email, or maybe I'm on the Instagram. Is that okay? I think we have a time to discuss a little bit.
Yes, a little moment, Mijo. Wow, it's
Okay.
an excellent presentation. Congratulations. Really, I appreciate. We should feel happy to feel. Moment, I am accepting the people who's entering now. Yeah, we should feel happy to help each other. The stories you have present to us are very interesting. Wow, the statistics you have shown, we see the magnitude that exists and that we really need to take this issue seriously and see strategies for people to work together and sharing with people with difficulties. Really is a very good research you have done, no? How long it take you to do this?
Oh no, no. I mean, I'm doing this for several years almost. Oh, I can't remember. Maybe 8, 10 years. I have to complete it. Yeah, I have to complete it.
Yeah, but it was very good.
Can I hear maybe somebody's opinion or insult or whatever questions?
Let's see. People was watching you on YouTube also. Now, if someone have some questions, you are free to speak. Maybe Sana, Raquel, or maybe Ameline, you've been here present also.
You can pick up the question from the YouTube, or no?
Just comments.
Comments.
Oh, okay, but
can you pick up any comments if you have?
Say good morning from Mariana Ramirez from Mexico.
Oh, Mariana.
Maria Elena, good morning from Peru. Say hi. No? Yeah, people just were saying hi.
Nice. Nice. Well, I just want to mention I got this necklace in Panama. You remember?
Yes.
Yeah,
A
this is
ver,
Panamanian earring. Can you see? I'm wearing this for honored for Panamanian social.
Yes. Yeah, I see. Oh, wow, good.
Yeah.
Nice. A nice necklace.
Nice. Yes, thank you. Yeah, well, I don't know. What I talked about is just one perspective from my perspective, and it might be different from other person talk about.
John, let us know what you think.
Yes, good morning, everyone, and thank you, Miko, for an amazing presentation. I will be presenting next, and it's always useful to make a link between two presentations. Can you give us some insight on the theoretical foundations for working with people with disabilities from a clinical social work perspective? How do social workers in Japan prepare for clinical social work with people with disabilities? What kind of training and education is there? And is there any specific theoretical orientation that guides your practice?
Ooh, kind of hard question, because we are in social work, in the social work. I mean, not it's difficult to say that, because we are a shortage of the helpers, workers in a social work field, especially disability and elder care. So not many people are proper, I don't want to use that word, but properly trained as a social worker or caregiver. They have to hire as many as people. So most of them are maybe just trained as a care worker, or maybe a child care nursery, like a child caregiver. Yeah, that's it. Or teacher, maybe trained as a teacher. And so not many people are trained as a social worker in a social work setting. So that is, for me, it's kind of still sad. Not sad, but a difficult situation to talk about social work, clinical social work topic in a welfare setting in Japan. Social, and the thing is, the licensed social work is not mandatory to be to work, to be hired as a welfare setting. We any any profession, not any, teachers, childcare, elderly caregiver can be hired in disability care and elderly care. So does it make sense? Do I
Yeah, thank
answering
you very
correct to
much.
you?
That's a very good insight and a useful starting point for my presentation when I speak about the definition of clinical social
Oh,
worker from the International Association of Schools of Social Work, and how we all try and find a way forward in terms of global social work norms and standards for training. So yeah, I'm
yeah.
glad that you mentioned that
Yes,
context in
it is
Japan.
very difficult. Yes, it is very difficult to find a field study uh setting, because not many licensed social worker is working in a field. You know what I mean? So it is for like a university as a teacher, it is really difficult to find a good mentor for students. Well, I don't want to say that, but yes, people are working really hard. They are trying their best, but the on-the-job training is not enough for them, I should say. Yeah. And even the company who is making a profit can do that child care and disability care. So they're doing not really good. I'm shame on. I don't want to say that. Shame on my country, but yes, that's true. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mijo, for your presentation. It was excellent, really, and appreciate that your work and for stay here now today. Well, now
Yeah.
is now it's time for
Yeah.
Professor John.
Thank you. I don't know if I did good, but well, I'm done.
You did very well.
Thank you so much.
Later, I will put the subtitles in Spanish. When everything
Ah,
finish, the Congress finish, I will just do the translating, no? Because many people in my country speak Spanish and in Latin America too, no?
Yes.
But they need to do the
I
subtitles.
wish I could speak Spanish.
No, but it's
That's
okay
yeah.
because all this knowledge that you guys are speaking on this day is very important for us because we don't know so much things, right? So that is very important. Yeah, I appreciate
Thank
the
you.
help for
Thank you.
us.
Gracias.
Yeah, you see, arigato, arigato.
Arigato. Yes, arigato. Gracias.
Arigato.
Nice to see you. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for holding the big conference.
Yeah, it was,
Your hard work and input is so appreciated. Thank you so much.
yeah, you're welcome. It's my pleasure. You know, it's everything for social work.
All right, right. Okay, see you then. Bye-bye.
Bye, mijo. Bye. Now it's time for Professor John. John, where are you? Okay. And Christine will help us with the introduction. Christine, are you there?
Good morning. Yes. Thank you, Carolina.
I can
I
see
just want.
you.
Okay, you want to see me? Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Good
Well,
morning. Good morning, everybody.
here is Professor John, and
morning.
I'd like to say thank you, John, for being today since very early, and just appreciate all you are doing for us. Now, Christine will.
I'm going to give an introduction to
Yes.
the Honorable Professor John Victor Rottenbach. I hope I said that correctly.
Close enough.
So he's a professor and head of the Department of Social Work at the University of Zululand for the past 4 years. He's a professional social worker registered with the South African Council for Social Service Professions, the SACSSP. He was previously the head of the Department for Social Work and Social Development at the University of Fort Hare, where he worked for 18 years. He has also served as a member of Senate, Faculty Board, Faculty Planning Committee, Teaching and Learning Committee, Community Engagement Committee, Recognition of Prior Learning Committee, Promotions Committee, and HR Recruitment Interview Panels, and the Higher Degrees Committee, and also serves on the Institutional Research and Ethics Committee. He's a former executive committee member of the Association of South African Social Work Education Institution, the ASASWEI. He has also served as a board member of the International Association of Schools and Social Work, the IASSW, where he was the co-chair and governance task force, a member of the Budget and Finance Committee, and continues as the chair of the Standing Committee on the World Census of Social Work Programs. The Directory of Schools of Social Work has recently been published. He currently serves as the IASSW Research Committee. His teaching and research areas include Introduction to Social Work, Social Justice and Human Rights, Relationships, Marriage and Family Transitions, and developing the marital life course perspective, the clinical social work, casework, the youth at risk / restorative justice / the Child Justice Act, community development and entrepreneurship, social work research and leadership. He's also an interest in interpretive phenomenal analysis, concept analysis, evidence-based practice, reference management training, and international education. And with that introduction, I would pass it over to Professor John to hear his speech. Thank you.
Well, thank you very, very much, Christine, for that introduction. I wasn't expecting my whole CV to be read. Carolina, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm going to start sharing my screen so that we can get this process started. Right, so on the screen now, you should see my first slide of the presentation. Please confirm that you can see that.
Yes. Yes.
And I'm audible. Right, so thank you very much for this invitation, and congratulations on putting together such a broad themed conference. I'm very, very excited to be part of this, and I'm so glad that we met in person in Panama at the international conference a few months ago. So to introduce my topic, today I'll be talking about clinical social work. In fact, the definition of clinical social work was launched by the International Association of Schools of Social Work officially as a document for discussion in 2023. And I'm going to try and link some of the definition to clinical social work related to working with couples and relationships. However, part of my goal for this session is to really orientate the audience, and particularly the Latin American audience in South America, to the International Association of Schools of Social Work and to the specific definition of clinical social work. And I hope that it forms a useful foundation for the rest of your conference. So I'd like to say that the definition of clinical social work fits perfectly within your broad conference theme, where you're very much focusing on people-centered clinical social work and diverse approaches in clinical social work practice. So as I was introduced, my name is John Rotenbach. It's a German surname. However, my family have been in South Africa since 1757. What I have tried to do is introduce myself and my slides in both English and in Spanish, and my CV has already been written, but I really want to point out that I'm a big fan of international social work and have served as a board member and continue to work very closely with many amazing people in the International Association of Schools of Social Work. When people see me often and they hear my voice, they cannot believe that I am from Africa. And one of our speakers later, Pumi, is also South African, and he looks very different. He has a little joke that was circulated on an international news network during the very famous 2010 Football World Cup, where they said the World Cup is happening in South Africa, and then they put up a map of South America. And people even get confused where South Africa is. That's the clue is in the name. We're right at the bottom part of the continent of Africa. And I come to you today from a little village called Kwadlangezwa, which is where the University of Zululand is based. My one research passion and interest, and the core of my postgraduate research in social work, is around relationship and couples. And as I said, I'm going to try and link the international definition of clinical social work to some concepts related to marriage work. And so on the screen now, you can see the titles of, firstly at the top, my PhD, which was titled The Development of the Marital Life Course Perspective as a Conceptual Framework for Developing and Understanding Marital Life Events and Marital Transitions. And I'm very proud to have received that degree from the University of Nelson Mandela in Gqeberha, used to be called Port Elizabeth. I did a master's degree before that, and the title there was The Strengths of Enduring Marriages. overcoming severe stress. And if we have time, towards the end, I'll put up the abstracts to both of these pieces of research, and we'll retrofit and try and tie in more to the definition. Right, but to tell you a little bit about the context of my research is I really try and understand marriage and relationships within the broader societal context. And we can see that even royal weddings have a massive story. There's young love in the form of Prince William, the Duke of Cambridge, who married Kate, the Duchess of Cambridge, and then Prince Albert from Monaco, who married later in life and was this notorious playboy and young bachelor. And then he married a South African Olympic swimmer, Princess Charlene. And then, of course, we've got other examples, such as Princess Diana, who married Prince Charles, and later he divorced her to marry his true love, Camilla. And there's lots of controversy and stories there as they went through a marital life course transition. And that's really at the heart of the kind of work that I do in the marriage and relationship space, to try and understand how people go through transitions between different stages and statuses of relationships. Right, so moving on now to ground me in South Africa, and I mentioned that I'm graduated from the University of Nelson Mandela, and maybe this is one of the famous exports or links into South Africa. Everyone knows Nelson Mandela, and you know that he also had two wives. Firstly, his first wife, Winnie Mandela, who was with him all the way through his imprisonment and the difficult stress and political turmoil that he lived through until he became the first democratically elected president of South Africa. And later, he married Gracia Machel, who was in fact the wife of another political president of Mozambique. And so, yeah, we've got just some images of those transitions and how those relationships defined this man's great love. My next task is to orientate the audience to the International Association of Schools of Social Work. And this is an organization which is got a lot of history. And so I'm going to quickly just show you the website. Carolina, if you can just confirm that I've moved that now to the website of the IASSW.
Yeah,
and
so
the IASSW, I just want to read their vision statement. Their vision is to promote and develop excellence in social work, education, research, and scholarship across the globe in pursuit of a more just and equitable world. It's a global international organization, and it was formed in 1928 at the same time as two other very, very important international organizations that they work very closely with. And we honor the International Federation of Social Workers, who is a global body looking after the interests of practitioners, social work practitioners, where the IASSW is linked to social work educators. And then at the same time, in 1928, the organization called the International Council on Social Welfare was established. So these three organizations were started at the same time. The ICSW looks after and represents all the NGOs and directors of NGOs around the world. The IFSW, social work practitioners, really the largest body representing social work in the world. And then the IASSW, which oversees social work education And they do this in a number of ways in collaboration with the other two international organizations. And I want to take a little bit of time to discuss this, because my visit to Panama opened my eyes to where many people in South America are in terms of their formalization of social work, education, and training. And there are major movements towards regulation, formalizing curriculums. And I'm so glad that our colleague from Japan spoke about some of the diversity of social work practice in Japan. And I believe that to be true in the Latin American context and South American context too. So if you look at this international website and hover over this section, there's a global social work documents. Together with the International Federation, the International Council, and the International Association of Schools of Social Work, they've collaborated extensively to set the tone and provide clarity for some of the big issues that social work grapples with. One of them is purely the definition of social work. What is social work? What is the scope of practice for social workers? What do social workers do? And how do social workers compare to other helping professions, such as psychologists? Then we've got the ethical statement. And this ethical statement has been adapted for international and local contexts, but it's an overall arching statement on the ethics of what social workers are expected to do and the kind of work and moral conduct for social work practice. Then there's the global standards for social work education and training. And this document provides a benchmarking activity and exercise for universities and anyone wanting to train social workers. It does not necessarily provide a curriculum, but it provides standards for which those curriculums can be aligned. And it's very important that we move the global education and training of social workers in the same field, in the same direction, in various contexts and countries. Then, what I'm going to be talking about today, and you'll see on the screen there, the IASSW definition on clinical social work. It's part of the website. It's there for anyone to download and link to. And I strongly encourage you to go to the website and link and follow along if you're able to. Then, of course, there's the global agenda for social work. And this is a very powerful process that unifies social workers in their quest for globalization and some kind of standardized amalgamating perspective. Every 2 years, the theme changes. And in Panama, we celebrated a new theme for social work to focus on for the next 2 years. And then finally, the global social work research statement. And I was very fortunate to be asked to be part of the research committee that fine-tuned the update of the statement, which it was after 10 years, we updated the wording, and then we presented it to the General Assembly to a unanimous vote in Panama. But this is an important website. I encourage everybody to go and have a look at it. This is what the clinical social work website section looks like. You can download the document there. There's other important research statements that I was talking about, and then a lot of other information in the website. So I'm not going to go into that anymore. Let me remove that from the screen. But I thought it's very important to lay the foundation for my talk to explain who and what the IASSW is. So please take time to explore and download those very significant resources for social work practice on the website. So my goal is to talk about the definition of clinical social work and try and link it to some marriage and practice work and couples and relationship work. But let's just say this definition was not easy to come up with. A lot of effort went into it. Many hours of collaboration and debate to really contextualize and summarize what clinical social work is, so that we can understand its definition, the theoretical components that go into clinical and social work, and its context for practice and ultimately some employment areas where clinical social workers can work. It was presented at the board in Porto in the meeting held in 2023 and unanimously accepted. One thing that we need to know is that the IASSW encourages regions and countries and national organizations to dissect their statements, to make contributions and to adapt them for regional amplification that are in accordance with the spirit and the intent of the statement. So you might decide as a Latin or a South American organization of schools of social work or social work practitioners to try and take this statement and develop your own flavor for clinical social work. So let's dive into what clinical social work is. And I'm drawing directly from the document that is available on the IASSW website. So clinical social work, firstly, is a specialized area of practice within social work. At the bottom there, I've said its focus is mostly in the casework method, which we would call micro-level practice. Clinical social work aligns with the global definition of social work, the International Federation and International Associations definition from 2014. It promotes human functioning and well-being, which are critical for achieving social change and development, social cohesion, and empowerment, and the liberation of people. And at a very micro level, one of the things that clinical social workers want to do is we want to liberate people, liberate them from their own challenges, their own mind, their own struggles with their emotions, their relationships, and bring about emotional and physical and social well-being. Clinical social work is practiced primarily at the level with the individual and with couples and with families. And that's really the heart of practice, where you're dealing with one or two people. In some cases, that may extend to group therapeutic interventions at the meso level, and to some degree, clinical social workers may engage in direct face-to-face practice rather than at the level where it is explicitly aimed at promoting change at organizational, community, societal, and international levels. But you'll see just on the statement that do talk about clinical social workers using their skills at even the community level. But for the purposes of this presentation, I really want to emphasize that clinical work is generally focused at the individual and the couple level, that face-to-face practice at the micro level of social work intervention, what we normally call casework. Not group work, not community work or community development, but generally the caseworker would have those clinical social work skills, and we'll talk about the training soon. So what do clinical social workers do? Clinical social workers conduct diagnosis and assessment and deliver therapeutic-orientated social pedagogical interventions, and that includes educational interventions. So some therapy orientation and others education. There is a clear line and distinction between the work that social workers in clinical settings do and what psychologists do. And so I'm very reluctant to use or support that word diagnosis, but certainly there is a level of assessment and looking at providing other clinical practitioners like psychologists and psychiatrists in a larger setting with more data. And in South Africa, we've got to move through our national association, the South African Council for Social Service Professions, which is our regulatory body. Just earlier this week, we attended continuous professional development training, and that focus was on ecometric assessment, using questionnaires to be able to help us make assessments for clients so that we can ensure the best level of care. And so our regulatory body is behind helping social workers in South Africa develop instruments and tools and benchmark those tools to make sure that we got the resources available to be able to make professional assessments. At its core, clinical interventions address mental health, emotional and behavioral issues, and may include work related to alcohol and drugs. At the individual level, when I talk about relationship work, clinical social workers want to help couples improve their relationships. And you'll see from my own research and my own practice background, that may include strengthening couples who are in distress and helping them navigate that distress so that their relationships can be strengthened. Sometimes it's at the premarital stage, helping young engaged couples develop the strengths and tools to be able to strengthen their future marriages. And in other contexts, it might be helping people separate, or people who have already separated go through a very emotionally distressing divorce process. So depending on the factors such as the theoretical orientation of the practitioner and the practice context, they may also provide clinical services to individuals and families experiencing crises and relationship issues, and intervene in aspects of the environment and the systems that those people live in. Some practitioners engage in clinical social work as part of their social intervention efforts to influence larger policy, political systems, structural and societal structures and processes. But as I said earlier, most clinical social work is focused at the individual micro level practice. Okay, so the training of clinical social work. And this is why I really felt it important to speak on behalf of the IASSW to talk about this formal definition, because as practitioners, as social workers in the South American context, I want to encourage you all to take your own training and education very seriously. The university systems differ from country to country, and I'll give you some examples. But in South America, you might have to look at alternative training scenarios that can skill you in individual level practice. And I'm very glad for an organization like CAPA Social Work and Carolina, who has a mission to educate and bring world-class speakers to the audiences in South America and present these this training in Spanish that becomes a lot more accessible. So I really want to encourage you to take responsibility for your own training. If you are not sure of your skill set, develop the skills, go on training, buy the books, read. If you can, register for advanced degrees in social work and clinical social work in other contexts, you should do that. But clinical social work preparation emphasizes very specific knowledge and skills to conduct diagnosis and assessment and to deliver therapeutic and education-oriented interventions. Now you can see that's not something you just wake up able to do. Work with marriage and couples and individuals, especially within the mental health setting, requires a very specific training and skill set. And you can develop those skills through reading and through attending short courses and your continuous professional development. This training requires advanced education and training beyond the bachelor degree level. And I understand that it's different in different contexts. So here's some examples that are actually embedded in the definition. In America and in Canada, practitioners will obtain a master's degree in social work, and they'll have specializations in clinical practice from social work education programs that provides very specific master's degrees called clinical social work specializations. In countries like Australia, the master's degree is the initial qualifying degree for social work. That means someone could have done nursing in undergrad or sociology in undergrad, and then they do a master's degree in social work. And then they must be completed to have the credentials to be called a clinical social worker, a social worker. Social work education programs in other countries typically do not have clinical specializations. Many countries don't have master's degrees in clinical social work. You'll have a master's degree in social work, maybe even a research degree in social work. But that opens up your ability to research and think and be committed to lifelong learning so that you can access other resources and training opportunities. For example, in Finland, all social workers must have a master's degree to be licensed by their regulatory body, and so that they can practice as social workers. And in some cases, they may be employed in settings addressing mental health and substance abuse. So I'll give you an example of a particular training that you could consider if you had a very specific interest in training your skills in working with relationships and marriage. And so the Gotham Institute, that's their website there, provides certificate training in various aspects of relationship interventions. And I'm a big fan of this institute and the work they do. I'm not associated to them anyway, so I'm not making an advert, but I want you to use that as an example. Really find research and evidence-based training that can enhance your skill level and your own training, whether it is when you're working with people with disabilities or people in relationships or children and youth. There's amazing international programs that will be able to advance your capacity as a social worker when you're doing casework at the individual and clinical level. Right, moving on then. What are the theoretical perspectives? And there are 3 slides related to this part of the definition document that the IISSW released in 2023. So this is new stuff. But I want to give you the context. And I also want to point out how important it is to find your local theoretical orientation for the South American context. So there's a myriad, many different theoretical perspectives that inform clinical social work. In the Anglo and American context, many of these approaches have been borrowed from other professions, such as sociology, demographic studies, and psychology in particular. They include systems and ecological perspectives, psychodynamic theory, attachment theory, cognitive behavioral theory, crisis intervention models, task-centered models, even motivational interviewing, strength and empowerment perspectives, feminist perspectives, trauma-informed approaches to social work, which all encompass anti-racist and anti-oppressive practices. So it's a vast range of theoretical orientations that shape clinical social work. Other approaches such as narrative therapy and solution-based for focus therapy have their origins in social work. In the European context, much of direct social work practice is based on education rather than on psychological focused interventions. And part of our role as practitioners, as clinical social workers, is to provide information to our clients so that they can use that information to make life-changing decisions and well-informed decisions that are based on evidence and practice-informed modalities. So what else can we say about the theoretical perspectives undergirding the clinical social work frame of reference? Firstly, we must understand that there's no agreed or general agreement on the theoretical perspectives that should be used. There's no textbook that says this is how you are a clinical social worker. You can take your training and your background, and you can select theories based on many factors, including your education, your own values and personal and professional preferences, and of course, the requirements of your job, wherever you find yourself working as a social worker, that'll shape the decisions you make in terms of the theoretical orientation. Of course, in countries that are highly regulated, like South Africa, where we've got a council that all social workers have to pay a fee with, so that they can have a license to practice, those theoretical orientations will help you maintain your license to practice and meet the standards set by those regulators. Some of these perspectives and models, theories and approaches provide psychological explanations, while others emphasize structural and systemic explanations for difficulties that people find and experience. And that's really, really important to understand, that we're both looking at the psychology and the system, the environment in which people find themselves. One good resource that the definition actually names is the Clinical Social Work Journal, the Clinical Social Work Journal. And I would really recommend that you go look up this journal on the website, because it continues to publish journal articles that are peer-reviewed and scientific and showcase the various theories and research that social workers in clinical settings use. And you can really learn a lot from that journal. It's a resource that I would encourage you to look at. Since the theories informing clinical practice are grounded primarily in the Western cultures, it is incumbent on clinical practitioners to ensure that these theories are adapted for practice within their own cultures. In addition, indigenous knowledge and other culturally appropriate theories should be incorporated into practice with diverse populations, including local populations, different cultures, including working with immigrants and indigenous people. And this is critical for you, whether you are in Chile or Panama or Peru or wherever you find yourself, to make sure that you're taking the theory that informs clinical social work and you're finding ways to make it contextual and relevant to your clients that you serve. There may be very different ways of working with marriage and couples in distress that only you would understand in your country because of the different roles that are assigned to men and women in relationships. And yeah, I could not give you insight into what to do because you'd have to understand it from your own local context. The obligations include promoting and protecting the rights of their clients and ensuring that their voices, their lived experience and needs, their aspirations are accounted for in practical decisions and interventions. and I missed a paragraph there, but essentially all the work that you do as social workers in clinical settings have to meet the ethical norms and standards of social work, which are based on the values and principles. And obviously, we want your practice to be supported by evidence. Right, moving on then. What is the context for clinical social work? Right, as with all other practice areas in social work, social, cultural, economic, and political contextual factors influence clinical social work education and practice. This specialization is readily available in high-income countries identified with or influenced by Anglo-American culture. The American context, the British context have long regulated the way that social workers practice, and certainly in many of the Commonwealth countries, there are these highly regulated environments and training expectations for social work. In America, they've got the highest number of Masters of Social Work degree programs in the world, and that these specialize in clinical social work. Clinical specializations are also available in other countries like Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and Israel. It also exists in a smaller scale in other countries, such as my own country, South Africa. In South America, Chile's got very highly regulated training for master's degree social work in clinical practice, and Poland has that too. And this is either at a master's degree level or through post-qualification processes. The nature of clinical social work education and practice varies from country to country, depending on professional regulations and educational contexts. Now, this is very important to understand, that when you do get a qualification or work as a social worker, you have to embrace an attitude of lifelong learning within your area of specialization, whether it's pursuing an advanced degree or more certificate or diploma level training courses. And as I pointed out, there are many opportunities to focus on the specialization, such as relationship and couples counseling, for example. To talk more about the context of clinical social work, in countries where clinical social work education is readily available, the specialization is often recognized as a health-related profession, and the practitioners can find jobs specifically designed as clinical social work positions. So in hospitals or in psychiatric clinics, in part of a multidisciplinary team, you'd work as a clinical social worker in collaboration with the psychologists and the psychiatrists, nurses, and doctors. Unlike other areas of social work practice, clinical social work may be highly regulated. And if your country doesn't have regulation, maybe the social work associations in line, or those that are formed as part of the IASSW or the International Federation of Social Work, can start a journey of ensuring that social workers adhere to the ethics and norms and standards of social work practice, and that ultimately the education is more professionalized and regulated, so that ultimately social workers practice ethically and for the best interest of their clients. To be registered or licensed, clinical social work practitioners obtain an advanced degree in clinical social work from an educational program that is accredited. They may complete many hours of supervised clinical practice or pass clinical social work exams. So in South Africa, we've got a regulatory body, the South African Council for Social Service Professions. All social workers have to be registered They've got specializations in social work, either forensic social work, school social work, or clinical social work, among others. These regulatory and accreditation bodies will serve several functions, including to ensure that the practitioners meet the established requirements in relation to the education, practice, competence, and follow the code of ethics for the profession. They ensure that the regulated practitioners engage in ongoing professional development. We call it CPD, continuous professional development, including emerging research evidence to keep up with new developments and integrate them into practice. I gave you an example earlier that during the course of this week, on Monday, all the South African social workers, in fact, over 700 attended a CPD points, continuous professional development points training held by our national body on ecometric assessment in mental health settings and in child settings. More importantly is that regulatory body may also discipline practitioners found guilty of practices that violate the code of ethics and other standards and guidelines for practice. Now, in some countries, we don't have that. And it's would be incumbent on social workers in your own countries to hold each other to account to a high level of practice, that you are caring for your clients in the highest regard, and that there's no abuse of power in this imbalanced relationship that you bring in as clinical social workers. So finally, the international definition of clinical social work even talks about employment settings. In countries where clinical social work is established as an occupation, practitioners find employment in various settings. For instance, they may hold clinical social work positions in hospitals, in mental health organizations, and in other welfare agencies delivering services related to loss, trauma, domestic violence, substance abuse, and in my case, my research, they're organizations where practitioners work with relationships and couples and even marriage settings. Some clinical social workers are self-employed, and in South Africa, you have to register as a social worker in private practice. Private practice social workers can deliver social work services to their clients for a fee. In some contexts, those fees would even be reimbursed and paid for by public and private insurance companies. So people with a medical aid scheme membership in South Africa can come to me as a clinical social worker, and I can invoice them and they can claim back their fees from their medical insurance because the practice is so highly regulated and well regarded. So that concludes my component in talking about the IASSW's definition of clinical social work. And I really wanted to lay the foundation of what a clinical social worker is, the theoretical orientation, and the context for practice. And I'm hoping that this will be something that you can build on as you listen to all the other presentations and lectures that you'll be feasting on for the next 2 days. So now I want to talk a little bit about 2 pieces of research, and I'm going to try and keep this very brief. But first, my master's research was titled The Strengths of Enduring Marriages That Overcame Severe Stress. There were 56 individuals who had been married for an average of 41 years. They participated in hermeneutic phenomenological research describing the strengths of their marriages. These couples responded to a newspaper call and were asked to attribute their marriage endurance to a number of interconnected factors. And these factors are described in the diagram below. The descriptions of their covenant commitment on the one hand were offset by the fact that the divorce was not an option on the other hand. Remember that being married for 41 years puts them in the age group of being about 70 and 80 years old. And for that cohort, like in many shame-based cultures, for example, the Japanese and Chinese literature that I used described the fact that marriage was not an option and people just had to find themselves later on, find their partner again in later life. Determination as a conscious choosing to succeed, a choosing not to fail, was seen as the implementation of the marriage covenant. This was facilitated by their religious worldview, their faith worldview, and in fact, in South Africa, all of these participants attributed to their Christian worldview. They attributed this also to their positive communication abilities and to a desire for companionship and active love. And this research really formed the foundation to much of my clinical practice and desire to help couples in distress, and also formed the foundation for work in pre-marriage settings. My PhD work was slightly different. Yeah, we looked at people who'd been married for many times. In fact, the example that I can give you is one of my participants had been engaged to be married 6 times. 4 of those engagements actually materialized in marriage. She was married 4 times, not at the same time. She wasn't married to 4 people at the same time. She was married 4 different times, and they were significantly long marriages. Her first marriage was almost 20 years long before her husband died, and she got remarried to a man that broke her heart, and she had to get divorced from him. Then she had another divorce from a 3rd husband, and then later in life she had a long-term marriage, and that ended because her husband died. But this research tried to explore the development of the marital life course perspective as a conceptual framework for describing and understanding marital life events and marital transitions. It was guided by the life course perspective by Glenn Elder, and drew on phenomenological analysis, Jonathan Smith's concept, and concept analysis as a theoretical approach. Over 130 academic works that use the term the marital life course in their texts constituted a literature data set for the concept analysis. That tracked the theoretical development of the idea of the marital life course perspective from 1980. And then the residents of retirement centers and old age homes in my home city where I used to live until 4 years ago, called East London in South Africa. All of these participants were over 65 years old. They were invited to share their stories and retrospective histories of their relationship experiences, about their multiple marriage life events and the marital transitions that shaped their marital life course. I interviewed 16 women about their many marital stories and their changes in their transitions, and had all of these women had been previously married more than once and were currently single because of either divorce or the death of their husbands. This empirical data was analyzed using IPA, and after the empirical data was analyzed and the textual literature concept analysis was analyzed, there was a synthesis, and over many months we developed a very succinct definition of the marital life course perspective, which is a conceptual framework for describing and understanding marital life events and marital transitions. The marital life course is a subset of the existing theory for the life course perspective, and it seeks to understand all stages of the marital experience within the wider social and cultural contexts, which are shaped by the historical dimensions of the cohort's specific time and geographic location. The marital life events include, but are not limited to, marriage status changes. An individual may experience multiple marriage life events throughout their life, each with associated role transitions that vary according to their temporality and the individuals whose lives are linked to the marital experience. Finally, well-being and transition outcomes across marital life course may be promoted or impeded by the interplay of risk and protective factors and agency-related capacity or resilience. So I hope that I have met my mandate, that I have introduced the audience in this conference to the definition of clinical social work that was developed by the International Association of Schools of Social Work and released in 2023. I hope that I've also been able to give some ideas of how this definition can be used to enhance practice in clinical settings directed at couples and relationship interventions. So I want to thank the organizers and Carolina. I want to wish you well for the rest of the Congress, and I'm open to take some questions now. I know I've gone over time. Back to you, Carolina. Thank you very much.
Hi, John. Thank you very much with this subject, which is very important for all social workers, as you said. And well, it's in Latin America, at least, is in some countries, it's a little the clinical social workers have some troubles, with the profession still, and we are just trying to people know, even in Peru, for example, we don't have courses in universities, or postgraduates, no masters, no doctorates. So it's, but some organizations now, as CAPA, there is a Peruvian institute also, and Chilean institute also is trying to doing something to teach, in Spanish to the Latin American people, and your perspective really is a very complex, with the families, and how is the intervention in your country, when in America also, in United States is a big percentage that the Americans has are licensed with certifications. And how is not this? How is possible that in America, North America, the people, everything is normal, the studies, they have masters, doctorates, and even work, but still in other countries, it's not yet, all this development of the clinical social work. What do you think about this problem?
Yeah.
Why not yet?
Carolina, you touching on a very important issue, and there's a rising tide of recognizing social work as a formal and independent profession across the world. We heard earlier from Japan, where work with disabilities is done in by so many different professions, including teachers and even people from a religious background. And this is true in many, many countries around the world. But they still call the work that they do welfare work, social work, and are associated to this profession of social work, even though they may find themselves beyond the confines of what we traditionally in the West call the Anglo-American frame of reference, or the British influence in the Commonwealth. And slowly but surely, there's a recognition in many countries that want social work to be recognized as an independent, standalone profession. And ultimately, we've seen a number of countries go through a parliamentary or governance, a national government process of having social work regulated and recognized, and establishing regulatory bodies or councils. That's not the only way to go. I really think that every country needs to find their own way forward. that there's strength in association. People working in the welfare space who call themselves social workers should look for the International Federation of Schools, International Federation of Social Work. Their associations are very strong in most countries, as is the IASSW, has got chapters and universities that are part of the International Association of Schools of Social Work. And those are just two examples of organizations that can help on the ground to help social workers find themselves, ultimately to ensure ethical practice and high-level training of practitioners. I think it's very important that you look at the way this definition was developed. I want to read it to you again from the website. It says, the IASSW encourages national and regional amplifications that are in accordance with the spirit and the intent of the statement. And I think that is cross-cutting for social work practice itself, to find local interpretations of social work that is practiced by practitioners who are morally and ethically committed to their own development, their own training, so that they provide the best possible service. And so even if your country doesn't have specific postgraduate master's degree or regulation, I call on each person in this helping profession field to read, to go and get certification training, whether it's from organizations like CAPA or the Gotham Institute or any other service provider that can train you in your specialization. So I don't know if that answers your question, Carolina, but I think there's lots of space for local interpretation and regional amplification of this statement. Thank you.
Many thanks, John. We just are on time, and our friend Ruth is there. Any other questions? So if someone likes to speak any question? Okay. Well, Christine appeared. Hi, Ruth. Thank you and welcome. Welcome for being here in this Congress. I really appreciate your collaboration, your participation on this event. Now, Christine will speak a brief resume of Ruth.
Thank you, Carolina. And that was a very interesting presentation by Professor John, very intriguing. And now I have the pleasure to introduce Ruth Stark. So Ruth Stark is an independent social worker at Emirates. She's the president at Emirates, an International Federation of Social Workers, the IFSW. Ruth works as an independent social worker in Scotland. She works with people who are experiencing difficulties in family life, in their mental health, in the criminal justice system, and people facing deportation, often a combination of some or all of these issues. Some work comes from the different court systems, some from direct referrals, and some from social work services. In 1996, she gained her Master in Science in Advanced Social Work in Criminal Justice, with research into the aftermath of sexual offending in the family, 20 years on. Later, she was the manager of SASW, part of the BASW for 15 years. She's been involved in setting up the 2 NGOs, the Family Conciliation Services, and the Scottish Child Law Centre. In 2013, she was awarded an MBE for services to social work in Scotland. Alongside her career in Scotland, Ruth became involved in IFSW in 1989. an organization organizing the 1991 IFSW European Conference in Glasgow. This was just after the Berlin Wall came down, and there were 30 Eastern European delegates for the first time at an IFSW event. In 2008, she became the IFSW Global Human Rights Commissioner. In July 2014, she was elected president of IFSW. She also co-wrote the IFSW training manual on the UN Convention on the Rights of Children in 2002. In 2019, she was given a new name by invitation of the community, becoming Chief Bomska Kongbana, the third of Mathong section, Local Sama Chiefdom, Port Local District, Northwest Sierra Leone. In this community, we have co-built an eco-resource center, which you can see as it develops on Facebook. It is built on the principle that it takes the whole village to bring up a child. And when you have no resources, you have to be resourceful. The pages are called Ruth's Hope Kindergarten. This has led to the presentation today about the need for paradigm shifts away from the Northern Hemisphere social work dogma. This presentation, which follows work undertaken in 2022, globally involving the IFSW, the UNRISD, and many other international organizations in co-building the People's Charter for New Ecosocial Worlds. Our work continues, endorsed by the Secretary General of the UN. For sustainable change, we need to find balance globally by changes that we make locally. And with that introduction, I will turn it over to Ruth Stark. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and congratulations for getting through my name from Sierra Leone. It is complicated, but it does give some background to the presentation, because whilst I have had my working life in Scotland and in Northern Europe, my involvement through the International Federation of Social Workers has taken me globally to see how social work works in other countries, in other cultures, and the huge diversity of what we call social work, which is what John was talking about towards the end, that we have so many different cultures, so many different trainings, so many different interpretations of what social work is about. And I think now we have to really examine what it is that we contribute to the world through our professional knowledge, but also what it is, what are the challenges for the future as we face climate change, huge migration across continents, political unrest, huge poverty around the world, with very few people with a lot of wealth and vast numbers who are living in poverty and with no resources. And I think that these are some of the challenges that I suspect everybody who is involved in social work and social development is actually involved with. So I'm going to start my presentation. If you want to interrupt at any point, please do so, because there are maybe things that I'm talking about that you would like to have a little bit more explanation about before we get to the challenges at the end about what we can do with some of this new knowledge. And I started in saying that I started being trained in clinical social work. My view about social work has changed over the last 50 years. And I think we have a much more global and local set of challenges ahead of us if we are going to add to the sustainability of our planet and to the well-being of the communities in which we all live. So I am now going to share my screen, I hope, and get to this, which should be the beginning of this presentation. So let's show this right. So I hope you can all see this. So the title that I have here is A New Paradigm for Social Work, Evolving from the People's Charter for an Ecosocial World. And what I'm going to do is talk a little bit about how the Charter came to be in place, to give some background, and then talk about what I think it means for social work in the future. And there is a place somewhere in all of this for clinical social work, but there is also a much wider environment in which we operate, where we can use our skills, our transferable skills, to do something a little bit more constructive in working in new partnerships and with new challenges. So, a new paradigm for social work. Here, I've put on the QR code, which you can just use now, which will take you to explaining a little bit about the challenges, opportunities for social workers in partnership with people and communities. So this QR code will take you to the People's Charter. It will explain the background to it, how it came to happen as a natural progression from the global crisis of COVID into all of us around the world saying, this is time for us to do things a little bit differently because our world is at risk. And we need to be able to make sure that we leave no one behind and we still have a planet to live on. So, in 2022, through IFSW and through the United Nations Research Institute in Social Development, which is the other partner organization that helped pull together the People's Global Summit, we had 26 diverse global organizations representing millions of people, spurred on by saying, post-COVID, we need to do something different. Climate change means we need to do something different. The energy crisis meant we need to do something different. And the economic crisis meant we need to do something differently. And what we needed to do is to start working together about sustainability and well-being. So this really went much further than what we might do with individuals, how we might work with children, how we might work with families. It was about the environment. It was about global health. It was about our ability to sustain and live with the earth as a living organism. And it meant a real challenge to the global economics, politics, and our solidarity with each other. Because one of the huge agreements that came out of millions of people getting together, and I'm sure this is very true in wherever we are in the world, the one thing that we do not want to live with is violence. And so many of the current environmental contexts in which we all live, one of our biggest fears is violence. And this came through very strongly in the People's Global Summit and became a real piece of glue, a bit of glue to keep us focused on what we wanted to achieve in terms of sustainability and well-being. And that kind of was jogged along quite a long way by people struggling again with the concept of the Millennium Development Goals hadn't worked. Halfway through the Sustainable Development Goals, are we going to make it? Are we going to make any difference to our world? We've had climate change, really has affected so many millions of people in terms of their livelihood, the land that they have historically lived in, and has fueled the migration that is happening across the world. So these are some of the big drivers from the global state of our all of our countries that we need to have a different way of working with. So this is about us as a profession, as people who work with in social situations, saying, how can we use our transferable skills with people to work together for a collective future? And economically, and with climate change, and with all the other things that are happening, political changes, the wars that are going on around the world, there's a changing global axis, which is moving away from the global north and involving people in Asia and in Africa and in Latin America to a much greater extent in terms of some of the things that are happening and how change can be turned into a positive rather than a negative, that we are all undergoing a paradigm shift, wherever we live in the world. And this has been one of the things that has come out of the Global People's Summit about what we need to do in the future and how we need to refocus what we have understood for the last 100 years to be what social work has been about. Actually, what social work was about 100 years ago was, in a sense, some of the same things that it's about now. It's about how people adapt and change to environmental change. And 100 years ago, we had we had, first of all, had an agricultural revolution, we had an industrial revolution, then we had colonization, then we've had all sorts of things happen within our world. And what social workers have been about is about helping and working with people as we all face up to the new change in how our world works and what we gain from it. Now, in the course of millions of people getting together online, we established 5 key principles, which I think, as John was talking about in the last presentation, form ethical framework for the way that social workers work around the world. And I'm really pleased that we are beginning now to have a recognition of Indigenous knowledge in terms of expressing what those principles are about. And you'll see that number 1 and number 4, one is from Latin America, one is from Africa. And as we develop this living charter, we will, I'm sure, identify other philosophies, other cultures, other Indigenous knowledge that will support the formation of an international solidarity about where we want our world to be in the next period of evolution. Because it is about evolution, it's about an organic process about how we adapt to change. And even though we didn't have social workers called social workers in the 500 years ago, there were people in our communities who brought their skills of helping people come together and support each other. And we should not ignore their knowledge or their history, because that is important in what we can learn about, what we can take forward. And I think for me, one of the big changes in my 50 years of being in social work is moving from this individual focus in Western models of social work, which have been exported across the world. It has been this change from the individual, from the family, from concentrating on the silo in which a person might be seen to exist, to actually recognize our interdependence with each other, the complexity of what we do, and the holistic world in which we are trying to find the connections where we can support peer support, that we can involve communities in meeting that the needs of everyone in that community, so that everybody has a sense of belonging. So we got When Vivir, which was the last and the current theme for World Social Work Day: love and care for people and the planet, and our responsibilities to each other. The holistic rights, respect, dignity, harmony, and social justice, which have traditionally been there and emphasized, perhaps overemphasized, in Northern Hemisphere social work. Because social justice also includes competing rights. We have to have a balance between rights. There may be a right for a mother who has mental health issues, who may want to or need to have some support with her mental health issues. There's also the right of the child to be looked after and to be brought up without being adversely affected by the issues from perhaps a mental health condition of a parent or a grandparent or whatever. So there are competing rights, and that's where the justice bit comes into it. But my sense of social justice may be different from somebody else's sense of social justice, because I see it from my own perspective, not necessarily from somebody else's. So there's a huge complexity in some of the ethical decisions and some of the ethical thinking we do around the principles in which we work. Diversity, of course we must respect diversity. In diversity, there's a richness, but there's also the necessity to give space for everyone and everything to belong. That reciprocity and that equality of belonging is really important in terms of how we live in harmony with each other and with our planet. Ubuntu, togetherness. I am because we are. We do not exist. As John Donne said, no man is an island in himself. We live in communities, and community is as important in social work practice as is clinical social work, because we don't live alone and we don't live in little silos. And that is why we need to use our skills in building solidarity, equality, inclusion, and collaboration. So those are the principles on which the Charter was founded. And I'm just going to highlight two stories which you can easily access. One's on the IFSW news list at the moment, and it comes from a visit made last week by the Secretary General to a community in Nairobi, which had been in a slum in the city, where there was no infrastructure, no drainage, there was a lot of drug addiction, there was unemployment, and it really was, people didn't want to stay there long because it was such a dangerous place to live. And in 2005, a social worker called Evans was living there with some colleagues, and they managed to make connections in the community so that they have now co-built partnerships to co-build and run essential infrastructure when the political leadership that one might have expected would have helped promote that infrastructure was just not there. And another example comes from Sierra Leone, where I'm a chief, where we had a similar kind of problem in the northwest of the country, where it's a rural community where there's fishing and there's agriculture. But after a civil war that ended in 2011, there'd been lots of international aid coming in, doing surveys, saying we've got to do with teenage pregnancies. But actually what you really wanted was something that was long-term, sustainable recovery of the local economy, to keep people in the area, to keep them working the land, to be fishing in clean waters, which had become polluted from the city, the way that the current went in the city. So the community came together to say, we've got a non-functioning government, we need to find ways to deal with this. Hence that comment about, if we do not have resources, we have to be resourceful. And in this context, and in Nairobi, and I suspect in a lot of other places where we have non-functioning governments, which the Western models, the Northern Hemisphere models of social work have relied on as part forming an infrastructure, where those don't exist, our resources are our communities. And our communities can be very, very resourceful because they have skills, they have knowledge of the land, they know what it is that is needed in order to create functioning communities. And I'm just going to throw in here that I come from Scotland, which is sort of north of England in the UK. And you may not know this, but we were the first country in the world to ever have a social work Scotland Act, piece of legislation. And it was in 1968, and the vision, which goes back to the culture of Scotland, which is different from England, was the promotion by the local authority of social well-being, so that nobody felt left behind. And that's a very important principle to consider in terms of what is social work, because it is about how people live together in communities. Some of the other things that we do, which have been talked about, are very important. But let's consider what it's about. So here we are in Sierra Leone. That's a community meeting at the top of the page. Everybody is invited. We have stakeholders, so we had the agricultural workers, we had the farmers, we had the blacksmiths, we had the youth, we had the women's groups, we had the health services, we had the teachers, we had the children. Everybody had a say in what they wanted to happen to the community to make it better, because neither government nor international NGOs sent in with humanitarian aid had been able to help them co-build and co-create a local thriving economy that provided for people within the community. And in 2019, we started to build our own ecosocial, sustainable, accessible resource centre, which had a school, a health centre, a technical college, a faith room, because we had many different faiths, a community garden, a backpackers hostel to create income from potential tourists, and so on. And this was what people felt was important for their future, to keep their children, their families, and their friends living in the area which otherwise had been devastated and had no real communication with the outside world, or in between the villages where roads were non-existent and so on. And if somebody had asked me 50 years ago if I would ever become an expert in sewage systems as a social worker, I would have laughed. But my goodness, some of these things are so essential, and finding the resources to help build biodegradable toilets is really, really important, because that helps health infrastructure. It helps people begin to feel that they belong and they can actually own their own futures in a very positive way. Really important stuff. And you'll hear more about that from Mayaka, who I know is going to be talking about the Ubuntu practitioner. And we've written a chapter which relates to our work in Sierra Leone. So all of this is about international solidarity. We are sharing this expertise. We're sharing this knowledge about how we work with communities and how we bring people together to actually get the kind of paradigm shift to meet the challenge of the changing global access. And that's really, really important. And the more that I'm looking forward to reading more about what's happening in Latin America, perhaps coming to see what's happening in Latin America in terms of some of this different ways of working in social work, which I think can teach the West and the Northern Hemisphere a huge amount. There were 5 actions that were identified that we can do together. And I think these are really quite important in terms of rethinking where practices like clinical social work and that expertise that we have developed at one level can be transfer some of those skills into some of the wider issues that are going to make a big difference to our futures. And we've divided them up into the 5 main areas that were predominantly coming from the Global Summit. So there's the ecological integrity, and I know the presentations throughout the conference about what's happening through climate change and our sustainable coexistence. There's economic reform. And there are some countries, some smaller countries, particularly led by women, and I'm thinking in this instance of New Zealand, and when Jacinda Ardern was there, of moving the measuring of economic success by governments from the economy must grow, we must make profit, to actually focusing on sustainable well-being of people. And this is happening in all sorts of different areas. And I think that this is really important, that we recognize that this environment of the global economic market is at a critical point, and financiers are at a critical point where they are recognizing that this is potentially another global disaster. And so we need to be focusing on locally what's happening with our national and continental economies, but we also need to be focusing on global economic activity, because otherwise that gap between the very rich and the increasingly large number of very poor people in the world will get wider and wider. So it's a very important part to bear in mind when we're talking about social work and its role in terms of the future of our planet. International solidarity, from national introspection to global cooperation. So many of the issues that we are now facing know no national borders. They go beyond national borders. And some of that comes from multinational companies. I haven't been to a country yet in where employment and work hasn't figured somewhere on the social agenda. Because I think if you are undervalued, if you're not recognized, if you are not recognized with a dignity that everybody's entitled to, that leads to civil unrest, it leads to unhappiness, it leads to all the things, all the negatives that we know go on because of our social work knowledge. But the other one that emerged out of the global summit that really is a real issue for us to consider between the global north, which tends to be the more affluent part of the world, where there's so much provided by public spending, is that actually in a lot of countries it's not working. There are people who are falling below the safety net. There's poverty in Northern Europe and the Northern Hemisphere, just as there is in other parts of the world. We have to relook at this balance between what is state social protection and what is public investment in well-being. Because and that takes us into the political situation and why social work is a political, it contributes to our political knowledge about how we should be governed and how we should also consider leaderful communities, because the two are not mutually exclusive. And I'll come back to that a bit later on. So, ecological integrity. I think you will see that from looking at the program, I think there'll be quite a lot in terms of the program which will go into this in quite a lot of detail. But we need to respect our ecosystems, because if we don't recognize our ecosystem, our interdependence with the world around us, we are going to have many more issues to do with migration of people around the world. Now, that's not new in the history of the world, but it is going to be it is already a critical problem, and it already causes a lot of distrust, which as social workers, we need to be involved in rebuilding trust between people and acknowledging that we have responsibilities with each other and with our planet. I talked a little bit about the economics and how we need economic reform. And there's a lot of leadership coming from the United Nations from the civil service side, not a lot of leadership coming from the members of the United Nations who take the decisions, so the individual governments. And there is a third ally in this, which is the multinational companies who sit outside of national boundaries and therefore outside of our political systems. And one of the things that we are beginning to explore as a result of this summit is how global ethical finance works. And there are organizations like the Global Ethical Finance Initiative that recognize that we are heading for an economic calamity globally if we don't start talking with each other about impact of the current economic markets, which go beyond national and international boundaries and actually operate outside of these national boundaries, and what's happening to people. Because if we ignore that, we are not going to be able to make the kind of progress as social workers in our communities that we would want to make. And that's why we have to have this international solidarity, from national introspection to global cooperation. We are now in a world where our national borders are ignored by climate change, wars, the air and the sea. We have to get into a different framework about thinking, what is social work practice? How do we work with people who have no status in our world because they are refugees, because they are displaced people, because they're migrating across countries? They don't have the kind of identity that is required by nations to live in community freely in our world. Going to the Middle East, going to Jordan, going to Africa, you find huge cities of refugee camps where people have no rights, have no identification, and they live within other countries, but their freedom of movement is nil. And the way that they live is a world within another world. These are the kinds of things that we really have to now begin to tackle, and cause us all sorts of issues. But employment and work is for everyone. And if you go to one of these refugee cities, you find that they have rebuilt a kind of economy where where people do work, where they do support each other, where they do provide schooling. And what are we doing as social workers in terms of helping people to live together, to support each other? And one of the things that we were able to do in Sierra Leone so easily was in our community meeting. We needed to find out where our resources were, where our skills were for people to contribute to building the community resource center. And they were sitting there in the disabled group because they had the mobility, the freedom to get round, and they had the skills to bring the statistics together to help us work out what we could do. And it changed their lives completely within the community because people recognized that they had something really positive to offer to the creation of something that the whole community needed. So rather than hiving people off into, as we do in this country, in the UK, into disabled workshops or whatever, let's involve people in the community. Let's get people fully involved in the community, not in little silos, not in little workshops where they're segregated from the rest of the community. Those are the kinds of rethinking of what are we doing as social workers that makes people's lives bearable? And I think the pandemic just demonstrated to everybody that we have to move out of silo thinking, and we have to be much more responsive to our interdependence with each other. We're co-designing preventative and responsive support systems that fulfill the rights and meet the needs of people. That is a much more inclusive way of working, and it's a much more sustainable way of working, because once it's up and running, social workers can move away, can move into another area, can do something different, because that we have socially functioning communities where there is peer support, where there's mutual support, and it really will work. Now, that doesn't decry everything that we might want to say about the importance of clinical social work, because that is important. People who have traumatic experiences need at times individual and familial and neighborhood support. That's a given. But this is about not being confined to that as a way of doing social work. This is to be aware that that's a part of it, because it may include need to be observant about social protection, to stop people being harmed. It may be about social welfare, to make sure that people aren't left out, that they are included. It may include a bit of social administration. Sometimes we have to have some kind of order in order that we can get things done efficiently. And there is a role for government in social policy development, as there is a role for communities in social development. But the one thing that we do have as social workers are social skills. All of that training is about how do we engage with people? How do we create relationships? How do we support relationships that keep people going positively? And I think for me, over the last 50 years, instead of looking for the problems we have to face, I now go into a situation and I listen to what people have already done. We talk about what they have got, which are positive, and then we move forward. And we move forward building on the positives. And so our language is changing. I now don't use the words client, service user, them. I now use the words we, us, our shared futures. What are we going to do together? How are we going to make this assessment? How are we going to do this? And I think that one of the issues that comes through for me after all of these years is I have learned that from Africa. I've learned it from Asia. I've learned it from Latin America. And I think we are in a paradigm shift of moving away from some of the ways that we have done or written about social work. And I think we're moving to something which is much more exciting, much more positive, but I hope is much more sustainable. And that's about how we work with people to find joint solutions for the joint issues that we have helped create and the ones that we need to work together to find solutions for and to prevent some of the things happening in the future. So I invite you to think about social work, I invite you to think about the role of clinical social work in terms of the promotion of social well-being and the sustainability of our planet. And join in with this new social contract that we're trying to work out globally and locally about how we can create a new world where we can all live together equally and with respect and peacefully, and where we are not threatening our whole infrastructure through climate change and through economic disaster and through man-made problems of wars and conflict. Thank you.
Many thanks, Ruth, for your experience. Really, it's an honor to have you here in CAPA. And I would like to ask people if someone like to say any questions. This is the moment for talking.
Do we have any questions?
No. I think your PowerPoint is not see. We can see.
I'm just trying to see if there's any.
But people say hello from Chile, from Peru too, because it is passing in YouTube channel also. Yeah, some people here and other people in YouTube channel. And after the Congress finish, we will pass to subtitles in Spanish. Yeah, but what do you think will be the big problems in the world for this relationship between the nature and the role of the social workers? What need to do the social worker for get better, no? And try to solution the problems of the world?
I think there's a real challenge for us now, because the world is fast moving towards some real calamities happening, and yet we are sitting here with a lot of skills wherever we work. You know, it could come from indigenous knowledge because of all the where we have been in over the years, and I think that one of the big issues that we face is that everything, when we read it in the media, is phrased in a negative way. I mean, I'm addicted to news, and I read about wars. I read about what's happening. Oh, I can read a lot about what happens in the Northern Hemisphere. You can read a lot about what happens in Ukraine. You can hear read a lot about what happens between Israel and Palestine. What you don't hear about are the 120 other wars that are going on in the world. The conflicts in Asia, the conflicts in Africa, and what's happening particularly in Latin America, unless it's something like Argentina's economic collapse or what's happening in Bolivia. And so our media is feeding a lot of negative things that are happening. Whereas I think that I think when I came into social work, I wanted to make a difference. I wanted things to be much better. And then I found myself doing what I would call being required to be a sort of social policeman. You know, go in and do child protection work and that kind of stuff, or go and work with individuals about the problems with their families and so on. And I thought, well, yeah, that's useful and it helps people to develop. But actually, some of the problems we're dealing with are very much influenced by some of the more global issues. Migration is one of them. One of the reasons I work with people with deportation, facing deportation now, is they're trafficked to this country, and they suffer a lot of abuse on the way. They're robbed, they're physically and sexually abused, they're subject to modern day slavery. They arrive probably after about 2 years of traveling across various continents in various different ways. They arrive in this country, they know nobody, and then they might arrive in London and then they're shipped up to Glasgow, where they can't understand the English because it's not the English that they're used to hearing. But they settle here and then they live here for about 10 years. They don't have good social contacts, so they may self-medicate by taking drugs. They may get involved in crime. They may get involved in being discriminated against because that's what happens, and they may end up fighting. They may end up in prison. If you end up in prison for over a year in a Scottish prison or in a UK prison, you are automatically on the route for deportation. And after somebody's been out of the country for 15, 20 years, they have no more contacts left in the country they left. And so there's a huge human dilemma about what should happen. Should they be allowed to stay in the UK? Or should they be deported? And in the recent UK government situation, they want to send them to Rwanda, where they may come from Syria, they may come from the Lebanon. But no, we'll take them to Rwanda, because that's where the government politicians have worked out that's where it's going to happen. So people's rights are being pulled apart. Oh, they have not been recognized as individual people with skills and with who want to be involved in relationships, and they haven't been in that situation for maybe 15, 20 years. Our local authorities in our social protection system do not work with them. Our state social protection system ignores them because they do not have a UK identity. So as an independent social worker, I can go and do reports, I can go and argue in the courts, I can do all sorts of things. If I was working for the state, I wouldn't be able to do that. That is a serious problem because there are thousands of people, millions of people going through migration, and they hit all sorts of different national problems into the countries that they're arriving into where they have no identity. And that is a huge problem. And I know it's a huge problem when people from Latin America go up to the US. And if you get Trump back again, we're going to have even more problems. So these are real issues that are not going to go away. And we're quietly not, as a profession, who ought to be responding to people in these kind of situations. We need to exercise some international solidarity, an exchange of how we help people get out of being exploited in these kind of situations. So I think that's why I'm saying it's really, really important to think about learning the skills that we have to do this, but how we apply them shouldn't be dictated by governments, shouldn't be dictated by regulators. It should be dictated by what we ethically know we should be doing. And I think for me, the People's Charter and what it embodies and the way that it is focusing actually begins to address some of those issues. I don't know if that made any sense at all, but it's some of the drivers about why I think we've got to take a real hard look at what we do as social workers, and what we're requiring social workers to do.
Yeah, and we saw your work, no? Because you work as independent and you always doing something, helping people. So I really say congratulations, because you already done a lot, no? And you're as an example for us. I really appreciate your work, all the research you had. And really is we are here in Latin America, and sometimes people doesn't realize because doesn't live so close to those countries that are so far, no? And but we have a lot of fights, troubles on this area that you mentioned, and we saw the social workers try to do something, try to help people on the borders, you know, and this is really a great example that you are showing us, no, to know how to act here in South America, and try to, as you say, you know, to work with solidarity with our colleagues.
I think that's why being an active part of the International Federation of Social Workers has been so important in my work. I've learned so much. I now bring it back and I use it in Scotland, you know, because I just find that some of the ways certainly that I've learned from Asia and from Africa in particular, I've just been so exciting and so different and so quick to get results, you know. I just think I think it's amazing, and I do think that international exchange is really, really important. And thank you for listening to my ramblings.
It's okay. It's okay. You're on just on time. O sea, you just had the times that you did everything quickly, and we understood. And later, our friends that are watching us will see the subtitles in Spanish. We will try to do for that they could read in Spanish. Don't worry. Más bien, it's an honor that you are here in CAPA Social Work in this Congress, and I would like to see you again. Maybe it's the first time. Yeah, no, not only this time, maybe another time. Yeah, now you are a friend of us, and I would like to continue working together for the social workers from Latin America or Iberoamerica knows this kind of experience that you have, and all this knowledge you have must pass through the channel in YouTube. So I would like that everybody knows what you must do, teach us, no? With all the beauty experience you have. And thank you again for being here.
Thank you.
Well, now we have Christopher. Christopher is our next guest on this time. Hello. was rainy on where Christopher was, and he had a little troubles. But now, is it your computer is okay, Christopher?
Yeah, it's on and off. So I'll try.
Okay.
How are you?
Hi, Christine. Will help us with your introduction for our audience. Thank you, Christine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
I'm
you,
good.
Carolina.
So can you project my Word document? The PowerPoint cannot be projected because of the problem that I have here. If you can project the Word document so that I can use that to speak to you.
Yeah. A ver, let's try a moment. Let's try.
Yeah.
And while you're doing that, I would like to give an introduction. After that very intriguing presentation by Ruth, I'd like to introduce Christopher Dapa, who is a developmental consultant and social policy advocate. He is a distinguished fellow and Central and West Africa regional president of the International Council of Social Welfare, the ICSW. He is the national president of the ESOs in local governance and the vice president of the Ghana NGOs on the right of the child. He has been awarded as Dr. Nina Meyerhoff Leadership Award in Virginia, USA in 2023. Also, the country director of Resource Link Foundation in Ghana and local governance expert who has made a series of presentations globally. With that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Christopher to present to the team this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity, Carol. Thank you for sustaining the relationship as friends and as public educators.
Thank you, Christopher, because you always helping us and you always stay kindly with us.
Yes. Thank you very much. The task that we are all looking at, that exploring the frontiers of social work, innovation and transformation from diverse approaches with emphasis on people-centered clinical social work. Yeah, let me first of all give you some background as we experience it in Africa and be very precise. In Ghana, social work, even though as we all know, it's a trained profession, but when you look at the way and manner people live in Ghana, it is a communal type of work that everybody is doing for each other. And I consider it's communal solidarity. What happens to one another is concerns everybody. So if somebody is having a challenge, maybe the person is disabled or is not well, is ill, the responsibility lies on everybody before even the designed professional focus as social workers issue came up. So it has added up to the work of social protection as everybody, every individual is helping one another to ensure that social protection takes its space. So today, looking at this broad theme, I just want us to focus on the using people-centered approach for exploring the frontiers of social work to address social protection challenges. What is it out there that the clinical social protection is all about? And as I indicated earlier, it's holistic work on its own. So let me quickly go through the summary presentations that I'm going to look at. First of all, I will speak shortly on the introduction and then give you some highlights as to what we are looking at. Carolina, can you go down?
Yes.
Yeah.
I
You go down. Go down. No problem. Okay, I'm here. Yeah. Go up. Yes. As I indicated earlier, uh, social protection has taken its roots from the work that we do as social workers. And it is about people. So if what we do is about people, it is about people-centered approach that we have to adopt to ensure that if somebody is indisposed, we use all the tactics that will be more appropriate. So with my introduction, I say that it's a person-centered approach in clinical social work. It's a humanic and client-centered, that the person who is not well, the focus is on that person. It's a method that emphasizes on understanding, because if somebody is not well, you should appreciate, know the pains that the person goes through. If somebody is lacking anything, you should appreciate and value whoever the person is. And that person needs some unique attention, individual unique experiences, feelings, and perspectives. It is widely used in various fields, including a therapy of assault, coaching, and mental health practice. In social work, these approach views people as active participants in their own care. Because if you involve the person in his day-to-day activity, it becomes its own healer. And then we treat each other as experts on their own lives by building trust, establishing genuine connections, and considering individual perspective. Clinical social workers can create transformative experience for their clients, because whatever the person is going through, it is the clinical social worker that support the person to undergo type of healing. Then we look at how can the clinical social workers apply these people-centered approach that we are talking about. I will say that the person-centered clinical approach is about honoring clients' autonomy, trying to help them to appreciate how autonomous they can be, promote self-determination, supporting them to be able to leverage on their own, and fostering on a genuine connections. Clinical social workers can apply the person-centered approach in several ways, especially when we are talking about empathy and active listening. Social workers should actively listen to clients, because if somebody is indisposed and you seem not to care about whatever he is doing, then you are not supporting that person to be healed. So the way you listen to the person, the attention, and the empathy that you have for that person is a way of letting the person be healed. And it's also showing empathy and understanding is critical, as mentioned earlier, that it validates the feelings and experiences that social workers create as a space for clients to express themselves. In other balance, you see that collaboration and networking are also critical people-centered approach in several ways, involving clients in decision making, seeing them as important, asking them about what they need to do, what they expect other people to do, and then discussing goals and preferences, and then giving them potential solutions, togetherness. Clients should feel like active participants. And if you value them on that regard, it's a way or a positive way that will let them heal using all involvement strategy. Then we also see that strengths-based perspectives that will let the client focus on his strengths, what they are able to deliver. You have to appreciate that they are able to do something. It's not a matter of you only helping them in terms of their abilities, result of how resourceful they will be. A social worker can help them recognize their own resilience and capacity for growth. This positive approach empowers the clients very well. Looking at the holistic assessment of the clients, you realize that social worker should consider all aspects of client's life: physical, emotional, social, and environmental, and any other thing that surrounds the client, so that you can understand the context in which the client is having the pains or the trauma that he's going through, and try to establish a very good relationships and rapport in addressing the challenges the person is going through. Can we go down? Yes. As I indicated earlier, we need to also recognize that there should be a special way that we have to nudge the client to tailor a particular intervention to see that person as unique. He needs to have that uniqueness and the needs that the person will be looking at. It means that we should not be generalizing things that once somebody has done it, then definitely this particular client can do it. That is, we should avoid one size fit all solutions. That this one is doing that, so this one will also fit it, because we have individual differences, and we have to make sure that we collaborate with clients to develop their personalized plans. So whatever the client is able to do as social worker, you should support in that regard. You also realize that there are cultural um, competencies. Understand the cultural differences of the client, so that if the person is from Peru, you should understand how the Peruvians are behaving, as well as you compare that to as a Ghanaian, the way they behave, so that you will not take it that after all Ghanaians do this, and for that matter, the Peruvians should do same. We have cultural differences, and that suits for individual differences as well. Trauma and informed care, recognizing the fact that the social worker can make a very serious impact on traumatizing of the client, create safe environment and avoid traumatization, and then understand how trauma affect behavior and coping with mechanisms. Then we go ahead to look at what are some of the common misconceptions about these uh, person or human-led approach. There are common misconceptions about the person-centered approach in social work. One, you can also see that the positivity. Some people mistakenly believe that every being or every human being centered means that every human centered being is being positive or overly accommodating. However, it's about collaboration and empowerment that will positively make the person feel good and see the impact of the clinical social worker. Yeah, career. Yes. We have to look at another misconception that has got to do with ignoring boundaries. If the person-centered care means that ignoring professional boundaries, you can be a teacher, and if you are taking care of somebody who is indisposed, it's not the point of you exhibiting your teachership at the point, but you have to accommodate the person and ignore wherever you are coming from, and then he will see you as part of you to ensure that boundaries work very well for sustaining healthy therapeutic relationship. You have to sustain that so that you don't ignore the person for the fact that you are different from that person. I also mentioned one fit all approach should also not be the situation because we have individual differences. Then it is time consuming when we look at these common misconceptions. Some believe that people-centered caretakers take too much time, but while it does require active listening and collaboration, the long-term benefit outweigh any initial time investment. Because you may see it as a short term, but when the person is able to do whatever you expect the person to do, the impact outweigh the time consuming that one may be looking at. And that is the long-term benefit that we are looking at. Exclusively client-driven. It should be client-driven. The emotions, the attitude, and any other thing that you have to exhibit, you have to play around the role that you have to play as a social worker, still bring their expertise on board, can together come out with a balance between the client autonomy and professional guidance. So that if you are able to knit the two, then the two will work very well and for us to meet the aspiration for which we are clinical social workers. Then we also look at how can clinical social workers address these misconceptions. We need to look at how we can address them. And it is realized that consistent practice and open dialogue can gradually shift perceptions and promote a more accurate understanding of person-centered care. Social workers uh, can address these misconceptions about the person-centered approach, and that is the good way out, including to educate the people, trying to educate clients, colleagues, and the community about what person-centered care truly entails. Provide workshops, seminars, or informal material to dispel myths about their situation. Then demonstrate person-centered practices in your interactions through modeling. Show active listening, empathy, and collaboration. When others see it in this action, it will be better for them to understand their own value. Case studies can also be used to share success stories. Stories and case will highlight the positive aspect of person-centered care, and that will come up with a real life situations as some people have ever gone through. Ethical discussions for which you need to respect the person. You have to be very courteous in the way that uh, you will be able to engage in the ethical discussion with a colleague. who is indisposed. Verify that such a person needs special care and he is as human as any other person. Research has shown us that some people have done some work before, and we can use the research to stay informed about the evidence in supporting person centered approaches, for which we can use data to do some analysis and then come out with effective ways in handling people. Now we can also look at the impact of the people in question, the people, the clients, the impact of the person-centered care on client outcome is very significant, and we need to look at that. It is observed that treating clients as unique individuals with their own stories and preferences can transform their experience in caretaking, and some outcome may include the following, and that it would be for a very good, successful clinical worker, social worker. These are some of the benefits that if you are able to do your work well, you arrive at them. It improves satisfaction. Clients will feel more satisfied when they are actively participating in decision making, because if you already involve them, you value them. And person-centered care functions as a sense of control and respect, leading to the higher satisfaction levels. The more you respect them, the more they see themselves as part of you, and the more they also value themselves as human beings. When clients are involved in planning and setting goals by taking decisions with other people, it enhances their adherence. They see themselves committed and increase their health outcome, because psychologically, if one is looked down upon, it can create some kind of psychological illnesses. Then, looking at the mental challenges that some people go through, by bringing people closer to yourselves, recognizing their potentials, it reduces level of stigmatization. If the stigma is higher as a person, you are also promoting illnesses. But if you are able to bring them closer to reduce stigma, you don't disassociate yourself from them. It helps in reducing the health magnitude. Then empowerment. Reduce hospitality by addressing individuals' needs and preferences. Person-centered care can prevent crisis and reduce hospital admission. Early interventions and personal support play a crucial role in this regard. Then looking at how clients can be empowered to become very active and proactive partners in their care. This empowerment leads to better self-management, because the more you empower them, letting them know that they can do something good, it is also helping them to be stronger in one way or other, in coping with the skills and overall resilience in their capacity or in their quest to do things on their own. Healthier behavior. When clients are respected and understood, they are more likely to adopt healthier behavior. For example, trying to motivate them to exercise, trying to encourage them to take a particular diet change, and then follow their medical advice. As a clinical social worker, you make sure that you encourage them to take their routine medication monitor them, and even if there are some bitter pills, it is you who have to encourage them to take all these pills, because all these things will come out with a long-term benefit that we are all striving out. Fundamentally, it can sustain good health and well-being of the client. Then we can also look at what are some of the practical strategies for implementing person-centered care. The person-centered care uh, empowers individually and fosters meaningful connection. And therefore, implementing person-centered care involves several strategies. Strategies number one, we can look at expand community access, understand community needs, and ensure access to care for diverse population. And that one too, you can also link into the cultural aspects, the environmental aspects, and socioeconomic issues in that community. So all this is to be taken into consideration when you are to expand the community assessment. Then promote shared decision making, which I've already mentioned. You know, if you allow them also the space to take their own decision, it should not be the case that as a clinical social worker, you dictate to the clients as what to do. They know themselves better than you. So you are just a facilitator to take them around, and you have to give them that necessary respect to take their preferences and their values into play. Provide information in a way that easy to understand. The communication strand is also important. Sometimes some people, the way they communicate with clients will let them also feel good and appreciate the work that they are doing. But if you don't communicate in the culturally sensitive way, it will end up distorting the relationship between you and as a social worker and the clients. Use personal language is key here. Language, the type of language that you use, the language that the person can speak, the language that the person understands. Then, and for that matter, avoid jargons and the medical terms. Use simple terms that will make the person homely and well understood. Include person-centered care in hiring. Recruit caregivers who will be able to embrace person-centered principles, because there are some principles that people may not like to go by them, but it's a way of letting people appreciate the fact that these are the things that everybody needs to learn and then go with it to ensure that the clients can be supported in one way or the other. Then regularly train staff on person-centered practices. Like I mentioned earlier, communication is key and empathy is another. And then the 7 points that I will deliver on is how can social workers collaborate with clients' families? Sometimes there will be some differences that the family of the clients may not agree with some principles. It is the work of the social worker to find a very good strategy to be able to collaborate with the families and to that will enhance their outcome and strengthen the support system. Because if you don't collaborate with them, there are a lot of things that you cannot do it alone. You need to collaborate with clients, families, and it is very crucial and for holistic care. We also have some practical strategies that clinical social workers that you can also engage social family meetings. You need to engage them. Active listening. If the client is talking to you, you have to pay very active. Uh, then educate them Then conflict resolution, mediate conflict within families. If there is any misunderstanding, help them find common grounds, and effective communication strategy should be used in this regard as well. Then the support networks, because there might be uh, some like-minded people who are also doing the same, giving the support system. You need to connect with connect the family with them to have that relationship. Either it could be a group, it could be the community resources that people are using. Then that collaboration should be there to ensure that everybody can have a fair share and benefit from it. Family have some dynamics and cultural norms. You also need to respect the boundaries, and you should not entrench on them. And that uniqueness in the context of what you are doing will take its role. Then we also look at how can clinical social workers address family dynamics in challenging situations. By building trust, if you allow them to build trust, they trust you, and whatever it is that you are doing for them, they will value it. Promoting collaboration, respecting diversity. We have different way of doing things. So if one does something, you need to appreciate that person for having done that thing, because there are cultural dynamics, and everybody has his own way of doing some of these things. Carol, can we go down? Yeah. So we're talking about strengthening family programs. You know, by building the trust and the promoting collaboration, you are trying to strengthen family programs because you will be part of them. And once you are part of them, you utilize the resources and strengthen the strengths of the families, which will offer some training materials like handouts, what they need to do, what they need not to do, what at the right time you design something with them that will enhance family relationship between you and the entirety. And then the tools that can facilitate meaningful discussions, you need to provide them to promote positive behavioral change for the family and you as a social worker. Then education and communication. Educate family about the in-person approach, how to approach even when you are not there, in your absence, how to encourage open communication, active listening, and mutual respect that you need to met out to the client. Discuss family roles, what individually each can do to support the client in one way or the other, responsibilities and the shared goals. What are we aiming at? What do we want to arrive? Then everybody should be on the same table to make sure that the individual contribution will contribute to the goal set for us. Empathy and compassion are key issues that social workers should demonstrate. Say that they understand each family member's perspective and validate their feelings. Acknowledge the complexity of family dynamics. Then conflict resolution. In every society, there is possible that there will be some differences. And as a trained clinical social worker, you should have the dynamic instance to be able to settle conflicts and make sure that there's peace and everybody will be in a very safe environment. The individual plans I've mentioned earlier, and just to emphasize that it's recognized that each family is unique and develop individual plans that can consider family strengths, cultural norms, and specific challenges need to be addressed accordingly. And they involve all the family members in decision making. So that even if at the meeting somebody seems to be silent, you have to find a way of letting the person contribute so that whatever decision that is made will be a decision for everybody, and holistically, the person will belong to the society, or the society belongs to the person psychologically. When family members disagree on care decisions, that is, how can the social workers handle situations where family members disagree, which is, a practical example. It does happen that as a social worker, you can employ several strategies to navigate these challenging situations using collaboration and empathy as finding common grounds in family disagreement about care decisions, and following some of the issues that we need to get to know the family, building relation with both the clients and their family, get to know how they behave. Families are not the same. We have individual families. So immediately you get to that family, you should be able to appreciate and live with them. Trust is essential. Don't give lies. Don't let them trust you with all what you do. If you talk about time, if you talk about when to do something, if you talk about not to do something, let your yes be yes and your no be no. Spend time by understanding their perspective and concerns. You know, if you are in the family, you need to spend a lot of time to be able to appreciate some of these things. And that will give the professional incumbent, as everybody will appreciate the fact that you are a professional clinical social worker. Minimize confusion. Um, as a clinical social worker, the more you bring confusion to the family, the more you are beating the pains of the client, the more you are separating the family members from the client, and the more you are also embedding yourself with the task. So, to achieve professional consensus on options and risks, that could help to provide consistent information to family members. So, we need to exhibit professional competency and then align them with the patient's wishes to ensure that the patient will feel good when you are not you are there, but he will not feel good when you are not there. Then identify values, facilitate a discussion about goals and values. Often, patients and family members' values are closely aligned. Understanding each other's person's perspective can lead to consensus. So, to look at the person-centered as issue, it's about human relationship. The baseline is about human relationship, and with the human relationship, it carries everything. Your trust that the people should have, how you also respect them, and how you are able to settle on confusion, how to know other differences, what the people like, what they don't like. And again, if conflict persists, the mediation, it should also be very tactful as not to tread on people's toes, to bring a lot of disagreement in the family. When there's a lot of disagreement, it will not augur well for the patients to recover or any other thing. So there should be a win-win approach as what you need to do. Can we go down? Yeah. Okay. So I've mentioned this already. So just that I give some expatiated meaning here. So empathy and active listening are surest way approaches to support collaboration, strength-based perspective, holistic assessment, individual plans, and trauma informed. Can we go? Carol, let's go down. Yeah, go. Yes. How to implement this to address the challenges that uh, people, clinical social workers go through. The challenges are enormous, but we've mentioned some, but we can use this strategy to resolve that. When it comes to time constraints, social workers often face time limitation. Providing personal care requires more time for active listening. And then if you don't have enough time, you have to create it because you need to have the patient to listen. And then collaboration is key, as mentioned, and the individualized planning. Organizational culture. Some agencies or institutions may prioritize efficiency over person centered approaches. Shifting organizational culture towards client empowerment can be an uphill battle. Resistance to change. Professional outcome to traditional models may resist adopting person centered practices. Overcoming this persistence requires education and patience. Then resource allocation. Adequate resource, staff, training, tools are essential for effective person-centered care. Limited resources can hinder implementation. Neglect complexity. Clients' diverse needs, backgrounds, and challenges make it challenging to create tailored intervention. Clinical social workers must balance individualization with practicality. See, what is real should be treated as real. It should not be fabricated. And if it's fabricated, it will not fit well in the situation. Then documentation pressure. Because there will be a lot of data collection, information, administrative tasks often takes time away from direct client interaction. And then there should be a space to balance the situation, and that will be very critical. If you don't balance the situation to ensure that you can manage the time within the pressure of work, then it will be a nightmare. Ethical dilemma. Balancing client's autonomy with safety and ethical guidelines can be complex. For example, when the client choices may harm themselves or otherwise. So then you need to be very ethical. And when there is anything about what is maybe a mental patient can take a decision that will go against him or her, there should be a way of handling it in the ethical way. So, for conclusion and recommendation, we are saying that in conclusion, person-centered clinical approach in social work offers several benefits for both clients and social workers. The clinical social workers are recognized with uniqueness of each client and seeks to empower them while considering their social environment. It aligns with other core values of social work and contributes to more effective and meaningful support. Despite the challenges, the benefit of person-centered clinical social worker are care improve outcomes, client satisfaction, empowerment, and make it worth pursuing in social protection context. And therefore, recommended that one, clinical social workers should demonstrate empathy and compassion, understand each family member perspective and validate their feelings, acknowledge the complexity of family dynamics. On conflict resolution, mediate conflict within families, teach effective communication skills, conflict resolution techniques, and problem solving strategies. Encourage compromise and understanding. Individualized plans recognize that each family is unique. Develop individual plans that consider family strengths, cultural norms, and specific challenges that need to be addressed. Involve all family members in decision making. When family members disagree on core decisions, clinical social worker can employ several strategies to navigate these challenging situations. Get to know family. Building relationship with both patient and their family is critical. Trust is essential, especially if you are a new member of a care team. Spend time understanding their perspective and concerns. Minimize confusion. Ensure that all clients involved in the patient's and family members' values are closely aligned. Understanding each other's perspective can lead to consensus. And then try to encourage openness, and then that will build trust. Build patient that Remind patients that their family members might be more receptive to their desired care options than they think. Encourage patients to share their hopes and preferences, and preserve confidentiality. Work with patients to determine which medical information to share with their family, and respect confidentiality while ensuring relevant details are communicated. And the last but not the least is to consider mediation, which I mentioned earlier severally, is very important. If conflict persists, consider involving neutral mediator. It will not necessarily mean that you can do everything as a mediator or as a clinical. There should be some neutrality if the case is beyond you, maybe such as hospital social worker or ethical committee member, of which you might not have the nerve to do that. You need to involve some of these things. Document all communication and decisions for clarity and for accountability. If you document, you can make reference to it, and the reference will also guide you as what each and every individual has said to do and what each and every individual has not done. So all these things will serve as checklists. Remember, collaboration and empathy are key to finding common grounds in family disagreements about care decisions. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will leave you here for further discussion. If one has any question, he can ask. If one has something to add, he can add it to our discussion. Thank you for listening to me. Over.
Thank you, Christopher. Thank you very much. You did a lot of work. Well, I appreciate that. Well, let's see. Someone likes to do a question in YouTube. People say hi from different countries, Mexico, Chile, and YouTube. Say wonderful Congress. Oh, and say hi. John, you are the expert in clinical social work. Maybe you have a question? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's very dynamic research, and I'm wondering how long you've been involved in this area and what some of the highlights have been for your practice.
Yes, I've been involved in this area since 2010. So it's about 14 years back.
Wow, good
And
experience.
yeah, 14 years back. And we have been able to work with the local people who may not be handled by professional social workers, but family members. We also work with social workers who are also professional. So we see the line in between the two. what these people are doing and where their intersection is, the professional and the non-professional family members.
May I ask a follow-up question, please? In your country, what is the training for professional or regulatory clinical social work? Is there any specific regulations or guidelines, or how did you receive the expertise?
Yes, even right from the word go, is in various institutions. We have counselors who are social workers, and then they'll take the people through some of the problems that they are going through till they mature. And at the universities and the polytechnics, we have various departments that are designed purposely for social education, social workers training. So such people are given the necessary principles that they need to follow. And when it comes to specific areas like clinical, they also have their specification. There are other areas that are not clinical. Then they also have their specification. But the commonest aspect is that they have the principles that everybody is following. Hello?
Yeah, it's okay. The answer, you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that insight. It's so interesting to hear how different countries do the
Yes.
training and the regulation of these professionals. Yeah, thank you for that contribution.
Thank you too.
Yeah, Christopher, it's interesting that you guys are with this development, no? Like with the clinical social work. I didn't know. I thought that in John teach, no, clinical social work, but I didn't know that in your country was, no, with this advance too. Was very good. No, yeah, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I think that we are just finish this part, and we have our next session after 2 p.m. And would like that if you would like to continue in the Congress, you will start with the same link. You could enter with the same link. Maybe
Okay.
Ruth, you would like to add any comment to the Christopher's experience? Or maybe Amelie? I think for me, Christopher, the truth is that it's everything new for your experience, for the way that you teach, with this knowledge, this practice. Oh, Ruth is here.
Yeah. Yes, I was just going to make a comment that all of these interventions have to be so culturally sensitive to where we are and to know our communities and what we can and can't do. It varies from so many different situations. So it's very interesting to see how the nuance of how you work with with different situations comes across, and how important that local knowledge is to how messages and how work will be progressed, because it's so easy for people to listen and just turn away and think that wasn't relevant to me. And I think that was a very important part of what you were saying, is this has to be culturally and socially acceptable within the context in which we work. And that's why, when we're working in Indigenous with Indigenous communities, we need to go in with real humility around what we have to learn in terms of how we can learn together that international solidarity. So a very important message in that.
Thank you very much. So, Carol,
do,
do,
your,
do, do,
your,
we, do, we, do we have some other session that is in English?
all this day is in English. This Wednesday, where we have 12 p.m. here in Peru, in Lima, Peru, and all the day is in English. Tomorrow until Saturday will be in Spanish.
Oh, okay. That's
But
great.
which will be your last message, Christopher, for our free social workers which are watching us?
Can you come on again?
Which is your message? Message? Message, sorry. Message for social workers.
Yes, my message to clinical social worker and in generality the social workers, we should see it as a work that has been commissioned to us by God. And if we take it that is God-given profession, we'll do it with all our might and our strength. We should not look at the limited remuneration that we may be getting, but we have that notion that humanity can develop through other people. And it is the social worker who stand tall to bring communal solidarity to ensure that people who need support are given the needed support with all the professionalism and any commitment that they have. Thank you.
Sure, you are right. Thank you so much, Christopher, again. And thank you, Ruth, John. And we will continue in 2 hours. We will see you again with the next session with our friends from United States. At 2 p.m. we have a Kat from Thailand, Kathy from United States, Sue from Canada, Ameline from Philippines, Mayaka from Kenya, Empu Mulelo from South Africa, and Supyo Kim from South Korea, the ending, closing today. Hope to see you later, and thank you so much for participating on this day. Really, each experience is very rich for us, no? And we will make the subtitle later after Congress for people in Spanish, people in Latin American people could read in Spanish subtitles. But after Congress, but now the important is that we have recorded all the experience now, and it is sharing through the YouTube. And many people will see later, and we will pass it on networks. Okay, thank you so much. And in 2 hours, we see you again. Yeah. Enter with the same link. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you to all the colleagues in Ghana, in Scotland, and in South Africa.
Thank you.
See you
Take care.
now. Bye.
Cheers.
Bye.
everyone.
Bye. See you later.